What is up, gamers? Let me get this going properly. You should be able to hear the Endfield now. This should work just fine. A second. There we go. Alrighty. Cool. Okay, so let's think about what we have to do today. Obviously, there's a few things going on. First of all, let's handle the expiration day real quickly. Well, here, let's first do like more daily stuff. Factory-wise, I will say, run pretty well. I turned the gear off for a bit because, where is it? Zyrnite. It was overproducing Zyrnite, but not enough to where I could keep that running 100% of the time. So I basically am just turning it on whenever my Arknight starts to get close to max, and then I'll turn it off after like a day. Here we have good old fun stuff. The medicine is being made at a very appropriate time in both instances. At least as far as I can tell. And then same with batteries. Both battery generators are making batteries every 10 seconds, which is on cooldown. And so we've got that. I did look into pulse width modulation. It will not work for my factory. I produce, or rather I require, too much power. There is not enough for me to put a failsafe. So instead, I need to look for an alternate long-term way to save on power because of that. Because as of right now, I am at a point where I'm generating a lot of energy, more than what I need. Can you show gear on Tangtang? Yes, I can, absolutely. And welcome in, Rap. So here's my Tangtang's gear. I gave her a full set of the Bone Crusher here. This is for two things. Obviously, her battle skill does most of her damage, so that's really nice for her. More agility than strength. And then also straight cryo boost. So there's that. Welcome in, Diamond King. Yes, so pulse width modulation, it's great, it's fantastic. If you have a factory that produces a small enough amount of power, or needs a small enough amount of power that you can use pulse width modulation, then use that. But for me, I am just barely underneath the upper limit, and from what I understand, pulse width modulation is not perfect. Meaning, like, you will eventually just get annihilated. Because it sometimes just doesn't work, so you have to add an extra amount of expected power. And because the upper limit of it is so close to the amount of power that I need, I can't use it. I have to use a different system. Yingling T1 gear for Tangtang. Let me look. This one? I assume it's one of these chest pieces. So I'm going to assume it's this one. No. Her combo skill damage is not the big thing. What do you call it? Her battle skill is what really benefits from the extra damage. On top of that, this has intellect on it, which is just a useless stat for her. So you will lose attack, and the damage percent you get will not be as useful. Bone Crusher is way better for that. Because her substat is strength. Like her best substat. And yes, welcome in Prevains. LeBron Jam, indeed. But yes, so no pulse width modulation for us. I was looking into an alternate system and reading on it, but it can 100% depend on what's going on. Okay, I build Bone Crusher then. Yes, I do. I hard agree on that one. That's what I recommend. Nice, okay. So I'll have to go handle that in a moment. What game is that? This is Arknights Endfield. Celion. This is like a factory sim gacha game type deal. How about your gear for Jaihi and Gilberta? I will absolutely show you them real quick. So here's Jaihi.
Computation.
For her,
Utterance.
I'm using a new non-set piece, Redeemer Armor, because she wants a lot of intellect and ultimate efficiency. An alternative to this, if you don't want to build that, because keep in mind, if you use this, if you use Redeemer, you have to use Redeemer to upgrade it. Because the way that this game works is when you're upgrading armor, you cannot upgrade armor with a piece of gear that has a lower base stat than the base stat on your gear. So if you're worried about the materials or you're not far enough yet, you can use Tidefall instead. It also has a high intellect, but it's not as high, and it also has high ultimate gain efficiency, but once again, not as high. It's also easier to upgrade technically. And thank you for the follow. But yes, the other 3-piece I see, or the 3-piece set I use, is Knight, because whenever she applies an amp, it'll increase the damage for your teammates. Then for Gilberta, it's pretty much the same setup, except, if I understand correctly, Gilberta benefits more specifically from Will, so you don't really need to change the chest piece at all. Like, you don't need a specifically different chest piece. A lot of her stuff is, dependent. She might want more intellect. I'm not 100% sure, obviously. But at least I've had a decent amount of success running more Will for her. I only saw a couple of her abilities that used intellect that were not super duper crazy. Nothing like Jahi, at least. But, you know. By the way, FYI, there's 333 collectible files as of right now. Okay. I have... How many of those 333 do I have? I have 311. So, there's that. So you use double Gears Your Night in one team, right? I do, yeah. I don't know if you lose efficiency from doing that. I'll be real with you. As far as I saw, it didn't say... It says the effect cannot stack. But you can 100% just end up using both at different points in time. Because it only lasts for 15 seconds. So, you're not going to be able to always apply Shahis, and you're not going to be able to always apply Gilbertas. I use Jahi's ultimate at the start of most of my combos, my rotations, and then I use Gilberta's right before the end. So, it should do all that completely throughout it. Stickstream day is good. Welcome in, C. Welcome in. Yes, so here we are. Outpost management. Let's take these syringes. And then I can literally do all of it. I am making excess batteries, but yesterday I was altering my factory a bit, and so I left it not producing for a bit. Okay, I'm logging in now. Thank you for explaining. You're very welcome. Jahi uses the same armor if I use last right too. I'm not 100% sure, because for last right, I use her as a sub DPS. She probably uses the same armor, because all that armor does is the intellect increase, as far as I'm aware, just boosts, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it boosts her amp. The damage amp increases based on her intellect. So you want to get her intellect to ideally like 500, I think, once all your gear's upgraded. Or at least somewhere around there, right? But, you also want this 3-piece effect for any character, because it just increases damage dealt by 16%. It doesn't matter like what damage you're dealing. There's not some specific requirement. And let's go. Oh, well, good thing I did that, because that's all, yeah, those guys are all useless. Okay. Got a nice little foul beast somewhere. It's all down here. I have P1 last right, but I don't have her signature, so I made Yvonne. Fair enough. I made Yvonne because I like Yvonne, but I also don't have last right signature. Easy. Now let's look at my other one. Valley 4. Yeah. There we go. Own a Gilberta, but ended up with P2 Yvonne, which is kind of a win, but no Gilberta. Is this Mario Kart? If you really, really try, you could probably convince yourself that this is Mario Kart. It's a very, very odd kind of Mario Kart, but you could probably convince yourself. Buy all these cheap ones. Okay. Then I'm just gonna get all of this. Cool, easy. How about these? Are there any of these that are like 80% or something? Nope. Okay, cool. We're chilling. We can do that. But yes, there's you know, there's a non-zero chance that this is Mario Kart. It is what it is. Alright, let's go to our supply event, or what do you call it, exploration day, or whatever. The day upon which we explore. Thank you, Arturo. Enjoy your pixie stick, gamer. I mean, Lavatane is kind of like Mario, if you have a very colorful imagination. True. I mean, wouldn't Rossi be more like Mario? In a way. Like the small Mario. And then Wolfguard being taller than her is naturally Luigi.
Hi.
1.2 leaks Mario Kart update, that'd be great. Yeah, I definitely think that it would be that situation. Ooh, that's nice. That's a lot of talent upgrade materials. Or skill upgrade. I kind of like Rossi as Yoshi. Yeah, but I'm thinking like color scheme. Like clearly Yvonne would have to be what's her name? Berta? Pink Yoshi? I think it's Berta, right? Who would be Yoshi though? Oh, it would be what's her name? Fangy. It'd be Fangy with her spring onion getup. With her leeks. She'd be Yoshi. She can fly too. Kind of. And she turns her whole body green with the Gironite. So I definitely think it has to be Yvonne as Princess Peach, because she's a queen. Yeah, but I'm thinking like, I guess the pink still works on that. But Princess Peach doesn't have a tail. Birdo has a tail, it's just a very small tail. I definitely don't, I won't complain about Yvonne being Princess Peach though. It's still similar enough. All valid points, indeed, indeed. Let me think. Ooh, you know what? It might be some like Baby Mario type stuff, you know what I mean? Rossi being Baby Mario. Can't wait for someone to have some like BS Mario team where it's just Fangy, Rossi, Wolfguard, you know, just a bunch of units that probably don't. Actually, Wolfguard and Rossi will go together decently, based on what I understand. But I don't think Fangy's gonna go with either, based on what I understand about her. I don't know where Kit is yet, but just like from what people are saying and from what has been shown through like cutscene stuff, I don't think that'll happen. What we really need is Arclight, is an Arclight Uma Musume official collab skin. That'd be funny. I personally know very little about that game and anime. Not because I think it's bad, it's just I'm not like, I'll be real. Your boy is behind when it comes to anime because it takes way longer to watch anime than it takes to read manga or light novels. So when I'm like, ah, yes, I want some quality entertainment, I read really quickly, but I also fully enjoy, digest, and understand what I'm reading. So I like to just sit down and read. Rossi is a very flexible character. I don't even know what team I can put her in. Yeah, she seems like she's going to benefit a lot from being put either with both heat and physical characters, or by giving heat teams vulnerability. Also, we're gamers. What's your take on Wuling being scarce with resources? What do you mean by scarce? Like with like Farium and stuff?
I'm studying those clouds.
I don't really mind, because the point of those resources is just to get us more things anyway, I guess, if that makes sense.
For me?
So I'm not really too bothered about it being different.
Whenever I'm stressed, I just go.
You can call multiple characters when calling them one by one. Yeah, you can call up to 3 at a time. You know what? I should probably tell people about that. I'm sure there's so many people who don't even know. I'm actually not good.
Is this for me?
Yes. So there you go. Thank you. All. All right. Who else do I have here? Shen and Catcher. I have very few characters left who need gifts or anything. Yeah, some are bothered with the lack of resources and how the game feels slow-paced.
Whenever I return to DJ.
So basically, right? There's a universal truth related to gacha games and live service games in general, and that is that they want you to play the game for as long of a period of time as possible. They want you to have this game downloaded year-round if they can help it. Wait a second. Ah, I understand. No, I get it. I know what's happening. I have to get more of you. There's a certain type of gift that I need to grab. But basically, Endfield is going through a method that feels worse when you're not like fully understanding what's going on, but is in reality significantly better for the long-term enjoyment of players. And that is, instead of doing a gambling gacha style gear system and a character upgrade system that is based on RNG and them hoping you're stuck at one specific part of the gearing forever, because that's the point, right? Like if you play like, you know, Genshin Impact, you definitely want, you're like, ah yes, great, I have my characters all maxed out except for gear. Now it's time for me to spin slots for hours a week, depending on, you know, how dedicated you are to the game. And just hope I get a perfect earpiece, and then also upgrade it with perfect stats, you know what I mean? That's like the idea of like max upgrading the character. Endfield, it's more like, oh, you can get the max upgrades after a guaranteed amount of time that you know, for sure. But it's just gonna take longer than it would in other games instead. So that you have a reason to continuously like log in every couple days and check stuff out. The lesser resources I think is interesting in the sense that, keep in mind, we only have one outpost. We only have 3 zones. The amount of resources is going to be way less than Valley 4, because Valley 4 has 6 zones and 3 outposts. And welcome in, Tektura. So you have like, it's literally half the size of Wuling is half the size of Valley 4. In fact, it's less than half the size, because I think the hub is bigger as far as areas go. It's probably like, Wuling is probably the size of like Power Plateau, Origin, Lodespring, and Ridgeum Science Park, if I'm understanding correctly. In fact, the Chingbo Stockade might even more be like a Valley Pass type situation, right? Where it's like, it's even smaller. So in terms of the size of the area, the amount of resources I don't feel like are small. They're specifically the resources you need, and you generate a lot of them. There's enough to make 12 batteries, there's enough to make 6 syringes, there's enough to make 3 of the smaller syringes. There's enough to, obviously there's room for plants, you have an eco farm. So I think the materials are fine for what Wuling has, and for what it wants you to sell. Wuling stock bills you also get a bit less of, and there's also more things to do in Wuling for stock bills, if I understand it correctly. Hi Tony, welcome in. I honestly like Enfield's pace since I'm a student, plus I can avoid burnout in the long run. That makes complete sense. I'm also I'm a anti-burnout enjoyer. Yo, you need help? Or hi, you need help? I'm good. I don't need any help right now, I don't think. I already have that clue. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can send some stuff to people. I feel like if you hardcore play every day, then you should have enough pulls for hard bait. No. Unfortunately, that's not how these games work. So here's the thing. What you've said is, if you hardcore play every day, you should have enough pulls for hard pity every banner. Unfortunately, for one, this game is not going to work like that at all because you don't need dupes. So if they do that, then you can just get every character very easily, realistically. Soft pity? But what is soft pity? Because soft pity is just 60 pulls. It's pretty normal for a gacha game that requires like 200 something, 300 something pulls per banner to give you like 80 or 90 pulls a patch. If you want to like max the banner out, right? This game only requires you to get 240 if you want the weapon. And if you don't want the weapon, it only requires you to get 120 for the character. Significantly less than other games. And as far as I'm aware, the amount of guaranteed pulls in this patch, including like expiring pulls and stuff, is somewhere in the realm of like 50 to 60, which makes complete sense. What I would like, not wanting just flat out more pulls, but what I would like is if the pulls they have in the game were more permanent, not event-based. Because, for example, someone who logs in right now has missed out on like the Lunar New Year and like all this other stuff. And so they hear about the amount of pulls that 1.0 had, and they just won't have that amount of experience because they started playing now. Or they won't have that amount of pulls because they start playing now. So I'd like them to either make more events permanent or integrate more pulls into like the basic game. Okay, I need to make sure just 100%. Yeah, so right now I have 3 characters that are not maxed out, and 2 of them are 1 day away from being maxed out guaranteed. Very nice, very nice. Alright, let me this. Nope. Yeah, let's do false Agala one for fun. Oh, there you go. I would like to have 10 pulls per patch, making it 70. You'd like to have 10 more pulls per patch? Is that what you mean? Yeah, kind of like the New Horizons. Completely agree. Yeah, like I'm of the thought that more pulls being attached to gameplay is always good, I think. Do I love event pulls because they're super easy to get most of the time? Sure, yeah. But integrating them into being more permanent sources is just, I think, a nice long-term thing. Because it just helps when people are getting into the game and they're new. Gives them a lot of stuff to do, so they feel like the game is really full for a long time. Especially if they're not someone who puts in like a ton of playtime. But yeah, 10 more pulls per patch to make it like 70. So the thing is, right? At 60 pulls per patch, roughly, right? You have the possibility of guaranteeing every 1 to 2 banners. Sorry, not every 1 to 2 banners. Every 1 to 2 patches, depending. Obviously, on like if you're a long-term experienced player, then it's a guarantee every like 2 patches, maybe into the 3rd patch, depending on what stuff is being released. Because I think the upper end of it was almost 70 pulls for this patch. There's like a range that they were given, that they were giving based on assumptions and like event ideas and stuff. I know one thing is we got 10 pulls right at the start of the patch because there was a beginner chartered like headhunting banner event or headhunting pull event. I hope they have events that bring back past limited banners for new players as well. By my understanding, unless Arknights works differently than I think, most games like this have reruns pretty frequently. Once they're more established, does Arknights OG have multiple banners up at a time? Or is it only one banner at a time? Because at least from what I know, any gacha game that ends up with multiple banners at a time does reruns relatively frequently. I just don't know if, like, OG Arknights has some really specific way that they did it, where it was like, okay, you don't get access to any limited characters unless there's, like, some kind of special event, or they get added into the standard pool or something. But to me, that would make zero sense. To completely, like, deny it, or to make it only during some kind of special event, that just seems like a bad idea in general. That's like ultimate FOMO. It's basically just a middle finger to your player base. Pumpkin is being a creature. A creature of mass destruction. That voice is weird. But yes. So, gamers. What I am looking forward to in the future is replayability. From what I understood, OG Arknight has goated game modes. Yeah, some cool game modes would be nice. I don't know. They've done a lot of like for example, Delver of the Cryptic is really nice. I liked Delver of the Cryptic as just a nice little thing that was fun. I also quite liked, I quite like Umbral Monument. I quite like the stuff you get for trimming the bosses. Like the trimmed metals on the bosses, that's cool. Nice little thing you can do. Most banners I've seen on OG Arknights is 3. Okay, so you can have 3 banners in one banner on Arknights. So at least to me, that seems like you definitely are wanting, or like you're definitely benefiting from multiple banners at a time, and there's probably 1 to 2 reruns in those banners. And it's most likely that that's going to be how Endfield ends up at some point. They are experimenting right now, which is why I have my hopes up. Yeah, which makes sense. Like they're doing a lot of experimentation. They're basically just trying to figure out what players like so they can repeat that. And it's very, very normal, by the way, for games like this. It's extremely normal. To go like, oh, let's see what players want and let's do this. He loves you as well, Angle. I am sure of that.
Still waiting for something?
Yeah.
Contemplation.
See, that's wild. Alright. I don't even rely on hard pity. I just enjoy what I get from the soft pity. That's fair. I rely on hard pity. I am never putting myself fully in the arms of luck again. When I first played gacha games, that's what I did. I was hard gambling, and I was disappointed repeatedly. And it's like, you know what? I've realized. The way to go is to be a little rat and save every pull I get. And then just use them all at once. And go as hard as I can. Like right now, I've got upwards of 50 pulls, I think. Because I have 40 right here. And then I have 11 right here. Or sorry, I have a 38. 38 and then 11. So I've got 49 pulls right now. In addition, I will get the rebate on the amount that I have. Nice, more Arsenal tickets. I'm not going to be able to grab that, by the way. That's not happening. Unless, if someone gifts me, what do you call it? Where is it? I have a missing clue exchange board thing. So if someone gives me that, then I'll be able to do it. Especially in Endfield, putting your fate and luck is beyond dangerous. 100%. Tangtang Sahur. I don't know what that means. But, I know Tangtang. I don't know what Sahur means. Welcome in, I'm a pro. Or I'm not a pro, rather. I suppose that's a very important distinction to make. Okay. So let me think. What was I doing here? Ah, yes. I require more regional development. And thank you for the fellow, Moe. Hello. Hi. Go. There's the job. Yeah. Trying to find things to do in Endfield? Well, it depends on what you've already done. There's a lot of extra things to do. You can collect files, from what I've heard from a little birdie. There's 333 of them in the game. So, for example, myself, I am missing 22 files in the game. There is trimming medals. There's the boss medals that you get from the deep dive bosses. You can trim those by completing the boss within a specific amount of time. Once you beat it in a specific amount of time, it gets like a nice little rainbow effect on the gold medal. Of course, if you are more specifically looking for things to give rewards, then there's investigations, which are specific files. Specific files basically lend themselves to investigations. I don't know if I've unlocked every investigation. I probably haven't. I'll have to look around. I assume I haven't unlocked all the ones in Valley 4, at least. So, there's that. But yeah, so there is that aspect. Let me craft a piece of gear real quick. Go. And hello, Veil Chaos. Welcome in. Boom. Now we go to the protocol pass, and I got ore barrel, and I have the weapon, which I will not be selecting yet. I'll wait to select that until significantly later. Which is very funny, because I have, that makes 3 weapon crates I have. How much exploring have you done? I have technically done all of the chests and Arlen for every single zone in the game. As far as exploration goes. The only one I had left was Chainbow Stockade, which I did the last stream. Or it was the stream before last stream, something like that. One more level to 60, let's go. Indeed. But yes, I have all of the Arlen, all of the chests, all of the, like, AIC stuff. I'm really hoping Mufu comes at 1.2. That's most likely. And yes, I do have Tangtang. Oh, Blast Rat has another gift from me.
Endman.
Accept a gift? Oh, whoops. Let me do this. Okay. Holding back, not rolling is pain. Fair enough. Would be wiser to get Tangtang or Rossi. It depends on what characters you want to use. Rossi is going to work better with heat and physical teams, and Tangtang is for cryo teams. As far as I understand it. Because Tangtang's biggest things are cryo infliction, and then her supporting effects. She's most useful for Yvonne, but she is still very good for Last Right. I have 76k red stuff and 20 tickets. Fair enough. I have 19k red stuff. But speaking of which, I should probably do some edge space salvaging. Can you exhaust the stock bows in Wuling? I'm already selling everything, but I can't exhaust it. Yes, I can. I can exhaust everything in Wuling right now. And then I have leftovers. The biggest recommendation, I'm producing 3 Yazen Syringe C per minute, 6 Yazen Syringe A per minute, and 12 SC Wuling batteries per minute. I think you can consistently, like over time, because basically what I did was I stored up materials. I stored up Ferium and Originium. Can I screenshot your report? Let me look at my factory real quick. Wait, is it income report? No. A rabbit. Yeah, I know the AIC report. I was wondering if I could see it from there, but I'm just gonna go back here because I'm lazy. I tried Yvonne, my damage is only 200k. At least for me, I can hit like 600k on her last shot pretty easily. But I know some people have like super hyper optimized like Perlica loadouts and stuff where they can go even higher. I need my sub DPSs to be better upgraded so I can hit higher damage stuff. You'll probably see me fighting bosses later if that's something you want to see. But yeah, so here's well, yield. Here's the power grid report, but here's also my general, like, stuff like that. So I've got 480 Originium coming in, and then the same amount is going out. I've got more usage on Ferium than I have yield, but there's enough of a difference that I basically just make up for the extra stuff by calling it in from my factory when I need it. Then Cuprium ore, I'm technically using as much as I'm putting out, but it slightly increases over time. So that's the main thing. Water, you can get an infinite amount of, so it doesn't matter. Then what I'm producing, 3, Yazen Syringe C. Theoretical yield is 6, but I intentionally throttle the amount of Ferium going into this so I can better power my Yazen Syringe A. And then I have an SC Wuling battery, which I'm making 12 per minute, and I'm using 3 per minute, by the way. So you could definitely get more than this if you have something set up to better optimize your power than me. I haven't pulled out any limited banners. I already have Enmid, Poggy, Lifang, and Chen. Nice. Yeah, so there's the report. I like both Tangtang and Rossi. That's fair. Thanks, you're very welcome. Okay, so where are we going now? Yeah, let's go to Edge Space Salvage because the weekly for today is to get some Edge Space Salvage stuff done. And then also, I have one more level I think I can grab. That's crazy how little Ferium you use. I think I did something wrong because I'm already out of Ferium just producing the new battery. Yeah, you might be just making too many low-level syringes. 1.1 story done? I've been done with that, yeah. I've also done all of the side quests I could see for it. Because there's 2 major side quests, and then there was also some not as major side quests. What do you do against 120 pulls 2 times so far? This banner isn't going to be any different, probably. What do you mean, what do you do against that? You save pulls until you get about 120, and then you pick a character, and then you pull on them. It's like most gacha games with hard pity systems. If you want to hard pity a character, you save up to hard pity them. Oh, look at you. There's none of those. Oh, well, Lamau. I've already grabbed this, but I still want to do the weekly, so I'll just run in and do that real quick.
I stand here awake as the law watches upon me.
That's crazy, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Ferium-wise, I think I just built in mind with using a little bit more than all of it, and then intentionally throttled my machines so that I wouldn't use all of it. That's the entire vibe. And the reason I had a bunch left over is another thing. I had a bunch stored up. I'm glad they made that cutscene shorter, by the way. So much better. Would Tangtang be useful only if you have Yvonne? She's also useful for Last Rite. She's a cryo support. She will increase your damage. She will freeze the boss in place. It'll make it a little bit easier if you do like combo stuff. She just has a huge impact if you have Yvonne, because Yvonne's ult requires you to stand still. And the team edit, your main character should be at the front, because it doesn't make sense that they're a bit back. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know to what extent. Because you can like always change your main character. Or you can change whoever you're focusing on. I don't really need this, do I? I'm gonna get rid of you. Blow this guy up real quick.
We'll end this fight easily. That scared him just like that. Yeah, wow. How actually do that?
Damn, too far.
Who's faster? One more shot. Would Veritas be with
It hit the wall.
One more shot. Simmer down. Power shot.
Veritas has graced this battlefield with
Alright,
its touch.
let me...
Now that's what I like to hear.
Release. Is there anyone free that detonates heat stacks? I'm not 100% sure. If I'm being honest with you. The only characters I can think of that would do that are obviously the free heat characters. Like Ember might. Rossi will consume heat stacks in order to use like vulnerability. I just jumped on.
A wayward fallen one roams nearby,
We'll end this
gathering data.
scared him just like that.
Logic yields to none.
Not time for the kick down. Come on.
Prayer has Veritas be with you.
Simmer down. Hey, yeah. Awesome. Really doing. Hey. All thanks to my brilliant command. Hey.
Best true team I think is the admin team in terms of minimaxing, but play what you enjoy. I mean, yeah, that's always the deal, right? Play whatever you enjoy, and then, you know, I do think the physical admin team it just always uses a bunch of technically free characters. Like, it doesn't use any limited characters at all. At least for now. Also, that should be enough. Right? Yeah, cool. Very easy. Then I grab you, and boom. Got that done. Yeah, alright. So, what is next for today? Did I do all of my depots for Valley 4? I did not. Transfer the job. There we go. Now, thank you. Let's handle one of my... By the way, I just want to say, the people who are putting these like surge towers and stuff down in this area, they're actually throwing. They're either throwing or they're intentionally trying to sabotage other people. Because when you do this, I'm going to explain real quick. When you do this, it targets enemies and then just attacks them, right? The towers. But when this tower attacks someone or something, that thing runs over, and if you're anywhere near it, it instantly puts you in combat, which means you can't use like zip lines or anything. So they are 100% either unaware of that fact, or they're intentionally trying to sabotage people who are teleporting there. To use like zip lines and stuff. Because I think it's pretty popular to put like a zip line there. So I'm saying they should have a toggle for that. Oh yeah, they definitely should have like some kind of toggle for the stuff. Like I don't mind it. I like to, so zip lines can die. No. So they're not trying to destroy your zip lines. They're trying to just put you in combat so that you can't use the zip line. Because the second that an enemy is in combat while near you, it doesn't matter if you are attacking them or if your teammates are attacking them or anything. As long as the enemy is in combat and are near you, then you enter combat. And when you enter combat, you can't use things like zip lines. You can't like get on them or anything. Oh, I see what you mean. I did notice that can be annoying. Yeah, exactly. So if they're intentionally starting a combat by like putting the turrets and stuff down to pull enemies over towards you, then it gets very annoying. I don't know why they do it though. Like in terms of for themselves, because you're also assume you're doing that, right? Clearly they believe there's some kind of benefit to doing that. Otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. For their own worlds. Because it's not like you only place them down for other people, you place it down for yourself too. But yes, so let me see here. That's fine. Alright. I'm gonna teleport to this one real quick. Just whatever TP point is nearby. Maybe to clear enemies as they walk around. I can't think of any other explanation. Maybe. Okay. That's all of this stuff that isn't attack based, I'm going to throw out because the attack is what I want. Okay. This one's just for reviving. Better they're farming enemy drops? Maybe. I don't know why you'd specifically put it there to farm enemy drops. Okay, so I have one more ginseng meat stew. I need to gather slightly more red jade ginseng in order to get the recipe. Which, you know what? Let's see if I can today. Let's see if this is enough. I would like to make a zipline system for the minerals and plants / fungi, but it's so draining. I'll probably make one this week. I'm gonna make a guide. To cover every area. I thought you were supposed to be Vega from Street Fighter. What? I think I look notably different to Vega from Street Fighter. Like, I mean, I guess we're both wearing a white mask and have long brown hair, but I think that's where the similarities stop. Mask in the ponytail? I guess. Though Vega's like dirty blonde, right? Not really like brown hair? I don't know. Probably depends on the game. I feel like I've seen art of a blondish, dirty blondish Vega. Yeah, it's just a quick scroll by to maybe double take. That's really funny. Well, welcome in, Pays. I hope you enjoyed the slight misunderstanding. As you can see, I'm just a humble farmer. Y'all are really out here and not even trying to replant. Thank you. Let me see. Just gonna make sure there's not a single one of these that are left empty. Alright. Okay, so I can make the ginseng meat stew now, which is good. Aim for the Vega, stay for the Gamba game. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let me get in here real quick. Pull this up. And then now, crafting, food. I have ginseng meat stew. Now craft the maximum amount that I can of this stuff. And then for the fried rice, is there, how do you, what is the way you farm these fillets? Do you just have to like beat stuff up over and over again? Do you think they'll release Aether as a playable element? If they do, it won't be for a very long time. I'm just gonna hit you with a dose of reality real quick. If they do, it'll be a very, very long time from now. Place towers and farm drops. Oh, jeez. Pain.
Hey.
Painful. Alright. Well. Let's, I'm gonna feed my team. Not specifically this one. I'm gonna feed this one to Yvonne, but the rest of them I'm gonna give different stuff. Probably, where is it? This one? Jacob's Legacy. Or Jakob? I think it's Jakob. Yes. So let me do this. Use this on you. Then use this on you, on you, on you. And then, what's better for Yvonne, 600 int or 800 int? Depends on what weapons and stuff you have. If you have her signature weapon and everything else, and you have like as much crit rate as you can get, I've heard using a Link's plate is good. Because you eventually reach a point where the crit is not as worth it once you are approaching and like hitting and going beyond like 100%. But up until that point, crit rate is better for her. You want to max her crit rate during her ult, basically, or you want to be near max for her crit rate during her ult. Either way, let me real quick. Crisis. Dragos.
Ready for a really long trip?
Is it recommended 3 crit rate on her? I don't know what you mean by 3 crit rate, like 3 crit rate items. What's the optimal point for crit? I've heard it's somewhere like 90 to 100%, something like that. Somewhere in that range is what I've heard. Some people might say a little bit lower. Or they might, you know, who knows? Not me immediately forgetting, by the way. I just want to point this out real quick. I almost immediately forgot, and I just full autopiloted. Well, that's so high. I'm only at like 50 right now. Yeah, I mean, it might depend. I might be wrong about different stuff. It might depend on what like level you have it, all kinds of different things. But I've just heard a bunch of random shit, so keep in mind whatever I've done. No, it's not the wrong boss. I just what do you call it?
Gathering data.
I just forgot what I was doing for a moment.
Sanitize the corruption.
And so I had to keep that in mind.
Fireworks for you. Light up the land. Finish with the knife.
Not as much damage as I'd like, and then it's about to get super murdered. But people say they're more comfortable using more int as it gives more consistency. Then do that. Like I said, I'm just giving you information I've heard and stuff I've gotten from playing. That's totally fine. I like consistently critting if possible. So Please totally fair.
Power shot. Simmer down. Veritas be with me. Sanitize the corruption.
I just tried both. Yeah, that's her. I mean, that's basically what I'm doing. We get absolutely nuked. Okay, don't worry about that.
Watch it. Don't get hurt. Rising the Tangtang.
Try to. Why it's not? Okay, cool. Fine. I don't know to what extent I'm going to be able to handle this, but it's fine.
Gathering data.
Trying to precast this. I need to hit this thing immediately. There we go.
List subject violation.
Yeah, this is the most annoying phase of this entire fight, by the way. For me, at least. I think it's also partially because,
Cozy up with gravity. Got you in sight.
of the way that it operates.
Ready to play. Let's get icy.
So it's because of, like, mostly stuff like this.
Arts have opened my eyes.
Okay, cool. But we're fine. It's fine.
Pulled it off, right?
God, the sound and design and music on this boss fight is so good. It is. Huge. Reaching for the trimmed metal or not? Yes, but now I've got it. Yes. And welcome an OP fan. So now I'm just gonna retreat because I don't want the rewards from this. I don't want the actual stuff. I just wanted the trim metal. Did you start with Tangtang skill, then combo? Yeah, so the goal is you want to precast. It depends. If you have all of your stuff up, then you precast Jaihe's battle skill, then you use Tangtang's, then you use Yvonne's, and then you Jaihe ult, and then you do Tangtang's combo. So that the combo benefits from the amp, from the amp that Jaihe does. And then you final strike with Yvonne, and then you get all the other combos up, and you can just start using all of the combos all at once. Though I think it's recommended you do Tangtang's ult first and then dive attack. The new boss got me only first try to get the trim metal, easier than Road Agony. Yeah, I believe it is personally easy. Personally, pretty easy. They should add visible color, more visible colors for the dodge prompts. Making them big didn't help. It helped me, but I'm not using heat teams as much. I did recommend adding a way to change the color, because if you're using a heat team, it's still going to be more annoying to see than if you're using other kinds of teams, just because the visual effect is somewhat similar to how the heat explosions look. And then Marble Aglamoy. Next. This is true. Yeah. This is going to be especially difficult for Marble Who's a What's It, because the Marble Who's a What's It is in fact, actually, I'm kind of curious how much I got this by. Give me a second. Now first, let's do this for now. But Wuling LC battery, I have Yazin A and SC batteries, or whatever the new batteries are. I am making a ton of it. Are you pulling for Rossi? I'm gonna pull the pulls that I do have for her in terms of the expiring pulse and the dossier. Whether or not I pull further than that is very dependent on when Fangy drops, when they're announcing her, because they should announce the next two characters while Rossi's banner is going on. And if they do that, and if those two banners are not Fangy, then I'm gonna start pulling for Rossi. Are you on Asia server? Can you share your blueprint? I am not on Asia servers, unfortunately. If you join my Discord, in the link in my bio, I have a Discord channel that's all gacha gaming. I believe there's a Twitter post in there that's got, it's, in my opinion, it's not as good as my setup, but it's pretty similar. It has a lot of similarities. I used it as like a basic design for mine, and then I changed it in a few ways to make it run better. At least run better for me. It might not run better for everyone, but this is personalized for my setup. I think it's going to be Mifu then Fangy. That's my thoughts as well, but I can't be sure. So I cannot give information as if that's for sure going to happen, because I don't know. I don't trust leaks. I don't trust speculation enough. Both Mifu and Zhang Fangy are electric. That I also have no idea what they're planning to do. Because they could be just electric. They could be hybrid electric with whatever. Who knows? Because a lot of people thought Rossi was going to just be heat, for example, and she turned out to be a physical heat hybrid. But yes, so I've waited a little bit. It should have worn down my stuff. Banging the files is both nature and electric, allegedly. Allegedly. That's the main thing, right? Allegedly. I don't know, dual elements. We have tons of dual element hybrids already.
Over here and me.
One example, Yvonne. She's nature and cryo. She benefits from nature and cryo infliction on her abilities. The crux of her ability. That like this battle skill is her whole kit. The whole thing. So they already have a cryo infliction, nature infliction type deal. Right? Or you have where is she? Fluorite. Fluorite is a similar situation. She can improve, she can apply nature infliction with this. Her combo can boost cryo and nature, and her ult can boost cryo and nature. So she too benefits from both cryo and nature. She acts as a bit of a hybrid unit. I'm not talking about making the abilities hybrids. I'm talking about like making them work with different kinds of units. Like Rossi, I'm pretty sure is technically not a heat and physical element character. She just works with both. Her kit is implied to have both within the same team. I don't know what a Void Hunter type operator is, if I'm being honest, so I can't give feedback on that. Alright. Marble. Eglamorai. Let's hope this works. Wrong button. Let's see if we can get this final trim.
Data sync complete. I'm ready to go at any time.
So y'all want to explain what a Void Hunter type operator is? The name of that terminology sounds familiar. Void Hunter. Even OG Arknights have limited operators. This is considered like Void Hunter power-wise. I see. So it's just very strong ones. I mean, OG Arknights had like strong characters, but at least from what I understood, there wasn't like huge like power creep or anything like that.
Gathering data.
Ow. Wow, that shit got my ass. All right. That's unfortunate. Yeah, these are the.
I'm feeling much better.
Okay.
Analyzing.
We stop playing Destiny. I play Destiny occasionally. I just don't really play it live or anything because I don't play it for super long because there's not a lot to do right now. I will continue playing it as long as they keep releasing content for it. I'm gonna have to fight and destroy both the... Can you... What is this? There we go.
List subject violations. Passion supercharged. Opening spotted.
Not gonna lie, probably didn't need to ult this, but it's fine. I just wanted to be... I just wanted to be quick. I wanted to completely get rid of that shit.
Subject violations.
Do I have to dive attack Tang's ult? It's a good idea, generally. Because it deals a big chunk of extra damage or something.
Let us dance.
Keep in mind, I'm not going to be playing super efficiently in this present moment, just because I want to partially test things while also trying to deal as much damage as possible. Yeah, for this, that's essentially going to do certain things.
Logic yields to none.
You can do both. You can dive attack and then use Yvonne's ult. But it depends a lot on the kind of setup you're going for. Damn, she dodged that shit. Alright, that's right.
Can we do it again? Passion supercharged.
Going to spam everything.
Cozy up with gravity.
There, nice. That's every boss trimmed. Cool. Does stack and cryo do something? So the dive attack deals more damage. Stacking cryo basically gives me more Yvonne ult. So Yvonne, whenever she battle skills, it gives her ult energy based on the number of cryo or nature infliction stacks they have. So the goal of placing multiple cryo stacks is to do exactly that. It's to basically just farm Yvonne's ult as fast as I can. Because the other ults don't matter as much. See, I gotta do that then. Yeah, usually, from what I understand, when you're trying to build up ult energy while you're playing, it's a really good idea to combine Jaihe and Tangtang's battle skills to then do the combos so that you can continuously do that stuff. You use Slab on Yvonne? Right now I am, yeah. Yep, right now I'm using Slab on her to test out. I either use Slab on her, or I use... Where is it? There it is. Or I use MI Security.
Can I apply a layer of coating to my gear?
Read that because I have a good amount of crit on like my weapon and stuff, that I would benefit from dealing or from what's it called? From Slab. So I was trying it out. So far, I mean, it seems fine. How much potential? I have Yvonne at potential 1. I hear if you get her to potential 2, you definitely want to use Slab, by the way. Because the extra plus 5% crit. But yeah, so I'm using a food on her that increases her crit by 11%. So I have 11% crit increase on her. Then I also have, from her gear, she gets 13.5%. And then another 5. So she gets almost 20%. So now she's at like 30% crit. And then her weapon can give upwards of like almost 20%. On top of that, she has her own built-in abilities that I believe affect her crit rate and crit damage and stuff. So. Depending on, do you think they'll add something like a timer / high score challenge? Maybe, I don't know. That stuff's kind of, how do I put this? How do I put this? Those are kind of overdone to the extent that they're boring. I'd rather if they just made a challenge very difficult. And then gave you a flat, limited amount of time to complete it. Rather than being like, oh, you have to do it in 30 seconds with whatever the new meta team is for this week, or else you're banned. Be gone. You don't get these 20 pull currency or whatever. That isn't really worth it, but will still make you feel bad. I don't know. I never really liked that kind of approach. But yeah, that's really funny because that took multiple attempts last time and I didn't even successfully get either Trigolos or Egomore. And then today I got on and got both in, like, what? First attempt, easy clap. What's this? Just find me. Does it tell me the exact amount of time I spent completing them? I would love a factory building event where you build a factory to meet a specific quota. That'd be cool. Okay, it just tells me I completed it. It doesn't tell me how fast I did it. That could be cool. A leaderboard with some, you know, speed stuff on it. But they gotta address the dodge prompts for real, though. The dodge prompts, I think, now are more fine, but I have hopes in Hypergriff. Arknights OG is very friendly about meta power creep. Yeah, from what I understand, that is the case.
Behave, Frosty Bitey! Oh. We're going for a walk with Endman.
Oh, hey, look. I now have exactly 40 pulls. What weapon do you have in Jaihi? Detonation, I think.
Contemplation.
Or the detonator, whatever.
Computation.
Detonation unit.
Utterance. Abandonment.
And then I have it, I have this on it right now, which doesn't, like, it's not made for it or anything like that. It just increases the attribute on her detonate. Because this is, at least by my understanding, this is the main thing. I need detonation unit. Yeah, I just randomly got it, so. The only character who I have a non-optimal weapon in this team is Tangtang. Heck, the new boss even got blue prompts. Sure. Being able to change prompts, I think, would be a good idea. The color. But yeah, so this is the only, like, non-optimal weapon I'm using. It's not very good for her, but it's also the only decent one I have. You're not getting Tangtang's, not her signature weapon, probably. Like, I did a pull on it, because I was like, why not? But I'm probably not gonna get anything crazy with it. Alright, so, gamers. What am I doing? Trimming. I do need... Should I build Last Right? I might just build her for the love of the game. Seems fine to me. Oh yeah, guys, you wanna know something real funny? Maybe it's just, you know... maybe it's just my thought process, which is very, very interesting. Might as well get the last boss's trim. I have them all. I have every boss's trim. I lack no trims. I have every single one. I don't really remember what any of these ones do. Yeah, I have every trim. Chat, he ain't trimless, indeed. And hello, Valentin. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I guess, I don't know, are these like more, I don't know what's more prestigious. Prestigious. I don't know what looks cooler. I mean, these like are nice colors, but I really like how these look. They just also are super easy to get, some of them. Some of them are slightly harder, but for the most part, they're very easy to get. Oh yeah, sorry. The funny thing is, Yvonne started out being like, what? She was like T1 or Tier 2? And then she's just slowly crawling her way up the tier lists that people make. As more and more stuff, all that. Probably the same trim medals are all Yvonne's. I also, yeah, I've got Yvonne up on there too. Oh yeah, but yeah, this team itself is like, I technically am running like 2 super meta teams. But also, most of the teams right now can be super meta teams. Like most of the DPSs that are happening. And Leva's slowly going down. Is she? I wasn't aware of that. I thought she was still at the top. As far as DPS go. I was not aware that she was, in fact, going down. Oh, I should definitely burn my sanity. Like, set it on fire, maybe? She's now on par with last, right? Crazy. Then again, the game is still early. Gotcha, okay. I guess it makes sense that she'd be on par with last right because Tangtang would be factored into last right's strength, right? And Tangtang is like a tier 0 buffer. Don't worry, Leva haven't got her support yet. Like, I bet soon there will be like 6-star heat SP. It could be. I mean, we don't have a 6-star heat SP, but we do have Akakuri, who does very well in that role. Farming rare materials daily feels like a chore for someone who plays a lot of other games. That's fine. I mean, I don't farm them daily. You only need to get on every 4 days to get rare materials. And then it's, if you have a zipline setter, then it's very easy. Is Rossi a caster? No, I think she's like a... I don't remember what the specific role is. It's like a tank or something. Or a defender or some shit. Or guard. I think it's guard. Akakuri isn't pulling the weight Tangtang does with Yvonne. Yeah, but they're different units. They do different things. Akakuri is a... She does SP... What do you call it? So Akakuri is a buffer. And she does like SP exchange and stuff. But Tangtang is a, she applies amp, and she mostly is factored into like extra damage and debuffing enemies. She has SP refund, but Akakuri has SP generation. They're 2 different units. They do different things. Tangtang and Akakuri are not equivalent characters. They don't even fill in the same role, by the way. Tangtang is considered like an enabler for damage, and then Akakuri is considered like a buffer. Do you think they'll make more 4 stars? Probably. They'll probably make more 4 and 5 stars. I have a feeling we'll get more 4 and 5 stars on major content updates rather than patches. That's my thought process. But either way, let's real quick. Who should I all right, chat.
The colors of the sky look
Gamers.
fabulous.
Contemplation, computation, utterance.
What should I do currently? Get one of my other supports up to level 90, or
Contemplation, computation, utterance,
or
abandonment.
do I try to up more of Tangtang's skills? Because I already maxed out her battle skill. This is her most important skill. Do I try to go for more of her skills, or do I upgrade one of the characters, and if so, which character? Do y'all think? I've seen someone clear the first ruling boss using a bomb within a minute and 15 seconds. Yeah. It's wild behavior. Oh, if they make the factory facilities more simple, the water-powered things take way too much space. So that's the thing, right? Something I think about these pipes, I would like if the pipes could go in between structures, personally. Like if they made them a little bit more off-centered or something like that, so that they could go like in between buildings, that would help. And also, why do these take up space on the ground? Gilberta, since she's useful for other teams. Okay. I could be convinced very easily of that. I mean, especially if Fangy does turn out to be a nature unit. Upgrading Gilberta ahead of time would probably be a good idea. Do I hear any competing opinions? Do I see any competing opinions? Yeah, well, they should make a mechanic where pipes can go over the facilities. 100%, yeah. Gilberta is Rossi Abyss support, I think. I mean, I guess that would make sense. And thank you, Shirakami, for the rose. I'm gonna be honest, gamers. I still don't know any of the difference between any of the clock app gifted things. I'm more annoyed by pipe splitters taking ground space. That's what I mean. Why do these take up space? Why are these a thing that takes up space on the ground and prevents me from putting facilities down? Like, what is this? Just take up the space in the sky. It's convergers, splitters, and the bridges. Level 80 is awful, right? 90 is too expensive. Yeah, but I've got hella materials. Like, I don't think you understand. It's literally just me putting in a couple days of sanity to getting like the level up stuff. That's it. Or not the level up stuff. The it's called whatever this is. These. I've got 240,000 T-creds right now. So, it's enough to level up both characters. Or, sorry, it's enough to, like, upgrade both characters. Unless you have an abundance of resources. Well, if it isn't me, abundance of resources. That, like, I've been playing since the day the game launched. And I already have, I'll be real with y'all. Yeah, you guys you may want to see this, you may not want to see this. How many days between each trip to the gatherable places? 4 days. Every 4 days. So 3 days between each trip. Because you take one trip, you wait for 3 full days, then on the 4th day you do another one. But here, let me show you guys something real quick.
Ready for a really long trip?
So here's my team right now, right? 90, 80, 90, 80. Hey, did you put your username in the satellite event? Yes, I did. What are we competing? I don't think we're competing anything. People were just saying that I shouldn't upgrade to characters if I don't have abundant resources, and I'm like, hello, I am abundance. Hello, I have many resources. I'm good. I love the new event. They give so many T-creds. The T-creds are so good in this event. What potential is MM right now? I think like potential 2 or something. But yeah, so here's my Lavatane team as well. My Lavatane team is all 90s. No signature for Tangtang? No, not for me. Not right now. I mean, at least as of now, I don't really need it. P3 Enman should be an upscale. We will see. I'm not really sure. But yeah, so I already have like a full team of 90s. And I experimented with some units at lower levels. Isn't Gilberta on Leva better than Ardelia? Maybe. No clue. Honestly, I just ran Ardelia with her because it
Do
vibed.
like you must, Professor. I'll do everything I can to help.
Wolfguard better than Akakuri? I like Wolfguard. That's it. Technically, her best team is probably Leva, Ardelia or Gilberta, and then Antle and Akakuri with no Wolfguard. Wolfguard helps to make her team easier to play, but it doesn't really, it doesn't like boost her damage the whole time. They should make a P5 wallpaper for 5-star units too. Do they not? I thought they did.
Contemplation, computation.
They do.
Utterance.
It's right here. You get a P5 wallpaper for 5-star units. I think even 4-star units get one. Oh, you mean a profile wallpaper. Gotcha. I'm not sure. It could be fun. But then everyone would have them. I think the whole point is they want it to be like a big thing. Really don't want to level someone. I'm gonna replace. That's fair. This game, I will just let you know, Jen.
Oh, looky here.
The company is really good about not having insane power creep. So if you have a unit that fits in with a role, they're probably not going to get pushed out of that role. They might have like competition, but it won't be to any extent to where you're going to have to like replace them later.
Finally heading out. I was
More
about to
incentives
go
for
walk
whales,
from
potentially.
boredom.
Should I try pulling Tangtang or Tangtang or wait for Rossi / Zhuang? So depends on what you want, really, Lucia. If you have Yvonne and you really want Tangtang, it's fine to pull for Tangtang right now, because Fei most likely is not coming until 1.3, and she definitely is not coming for the next like several weeks. So if you have enough pulls, I don't know how many pulls you have as well. That's another factor, right? If you have 0 pulls right now for some reason, then you might have to reevaluate. I don't know how you'd have 0 pulls and not have pulled for Tangtang, since we got pulls during this patch. But, oh, I thought Zhang was confirmed after Rossi. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if she's immediately after Rossi. Most people think she's going to be coming in 1.3, but we don't know. So if you have, like, how many pulls do you have right now? Is an important question to ask yourself. Well, to answer to me. 1.3, 1.2, no. It depends. It depends, Diamond King. Because we have Mifu still coming, and we have 2 other unknown 6-star characters. At least they look like 6-star characters, because they're all standing in the same spot. They might be 5 stars, who knows? Oh boy, y'all all decided to talk at the exact same time. Around 70, unfortunately. Okay. So it could be better to hold on to them if you really want to guarantee Fengi. Should I skip Rossi? I got hard pity on Tongue, and I've already got a full physical team. Up to you. Rossi's a hybrid unit, not a physical unit. We don't know what's the next banner yet after Rossi. This is correct. My guess is Zhang Fengyi would be the last banner out of all the silhouettes. That's also that would be like an idea that I would say is probably a good idea of what's going to happen. Regardless of the characters, either all of the silhouette characters are all coming out next patch, with Fengyi as one of the flagship 6-stars,
We'll end this fight
or
easily.
Fengi's coming out in 1.3, because the way they normally do this stuff is when they have like big characters like Fengi, they don't drop them immediately.
Logic yields to none.
Passion supercharged.
Finish with the fight.
It would make sense to release Fengi at the very end of the winning patches. This is true. It would.
Flip the world.
Veritas be with you.
Simmer down.
Another one. They would post, then they would post another batch of silhouettes. Yes.
Who's
Yeah.
the wise guy looking for a fight? See who's back. What's it like? An opening started. Power up.
Sanitize the corruption.
Watch it.
Finish with the fight.
Let us dance.
Your arts have opened my eyes.
Cozy up with gravity.
Let me answer this. Do you think the level 80 to 90 is a big upgrade? It's probably not like, so when you say big upgrade, it's probably a half decent upgrade for a bit of your damage stuff. but it's not enough to be like something I would recommend pushing for any reason other than attempting to just push it as far as you can. It's probably, let's be fully real, only useful in the sense of getting certain masteries up. The actual level upgrade itself is probably nothing crazy at all. You son of a... I need one proto set. One proto set is all I need. Wild behavior. What platforms are you streaming, Sticks? Welcome in, Potatoes. And I am streaming on several platforms right now. I'm streaming on the Clock app, the Red app. I'm streaming, obviously, where you were watching, the Purple app.
Really sorry.
Of course, all of these platforms don't like each other, so I tend to avoid saying the direct name. And this, I'm streaming all over the place, so... Though I do have drops on the Purple app. I'm gonna start huffing that sweet Cuprium, indeed. If Fangy's 1.3, I'm gonna be very sad. I'm just gonna be real with you, it's the most likely scenario. Actually, I'm gonna swap you out.
Understood. I shall throw in 10 times the effort. No, I mean 120 times.
Hey, by the way, if any of y'all on my friends list have clue number 6, send me that. I need it. Alright, I need a clue exchange so I can get more Arsenal tickets so I can be a greedy man. I was just wondering what chats you were reading. Yeah, they're all mixed to me. So I can see where you're all coming from, and I know exactly where you are, but the Last Right English voice is so cute. It's so cute. She also will just say some shit that's just, like, very, I don't know. It's just very funny. She's a little bit of a goof. Her lore is pretty sad, though, if I'm being real. It's kind of rough. But such things do happen. It is unfortunate.
Still waiting for something?
Distract them.
Empty
But yes, you know, Potatoes, I should have just told you there were the voices in my head.
Prepped and ready to go. Looky here. The flying...
Who's lore? I just got here. Last Right's lore. That's right, the walking advertisement. I love her. The walking advertisement who is very uncomfortable in the items she is advertising, unfortunately. Oh, I probably should have gone and done the marble Aglamorai, whatever. That's fine. Is there... I don't really remember. Can you tell us lore? I can't be bothered to read. If I remember correctly, it's been a minute since I've played it, or since I've read it. But the armor or the gear that Last Right uses, is it anywhere here? No. Where are we at? There. The gear that Last Right uses, or the armor she's wearing, a lot of people complain about her outfit. The main thing is she is a walking advertisement for a specific fashion company, and she's actually very not comfortable in the outfit she wears. She just has to wear it. If I'm remembering right. Like, she really doesn't like that clothing at all. I think it's witching hour or something. But yeah, she is required to wear those clothes by like a contract or something.
Logic yields to none.
So it's very, at least in my opinion, it's very sad.
Wow, you finished with the fight.
Because she's a very shy and sweet character. What else, Arca?
List subject violations.
What are your thoughts on TPS Tangtang? That's really funny. Do some teams benefit from switching characters, like pressing like F1, F2? They do, yeah, some do, but it's very, very minor benefits, and it basically is just making the game significantly harder for yourself to play. If I'm being fully real with you, like that's the majority of what it is. But on the upside, they cooked with her design to an extent, yeah. I do think it'd be cool if she were wearing like armor though, in my opinion. I also really like armor. I really like actual like medieval looking or like sci-fi looking, you know, armor stuff. I can imagine she's uncomfortable. She's the shy type, so it makes sense why it makes sense now why she wears that weirdly revealing outfit. Yeah. Ember Enjoyer, yes, and funnily enough, she's the only standard character I don't have. But in terms of visuals, she's my favorite. She's at least one of my favorite characters on the entire roster for the game. Where are we? So I quite like her gear. Of course, I'm fine with them even having more armor though. Like I'm totally good if you can put this character whole mech. Mechs are cool. Full on like medieval knight looking type shit. That's cool. All of it. I like it. But yes, DPS Tangtang is kind of funny. I think it technically works. It's not going to be as good as other DPSs, but it technically works. I've not played her as a DPS though, so I can't give you like super detailed information or anything.
Still waiting for something?
This is rough. Then again. Oh, you know what? I could use, we got some fun stuff recently, didn't we? I can use all this. One of Ember's text messages reveals, that people she trains are down bad for her. Makes sense, understandable. And yo, Gojo, welcome in. But yeah, potatoes, to your question, like to be more specific, there are people who have specifically designed teams and rotations built around switching. And I will tell you one thing, they are convinced that this is the way the game should be played. They realistically do very little extra damage, if any at all. But they do technically benefit. And it makes the game, for someone who likes constantly pressing inputs, it's a fun way to play the game. If you like to do that. If you don't, then don't worry about it. I hope they add personal rooms for us to decorate in Dijon. In a way, we can decorate the ship a pretty fair amount. We have statues to put down. If you go to your room, or like whatever this is supposed to be, you get a wallpaper you can place so you can look at characters you like. You get another wallpaper you can place so you can look at characters you like. You can put your medals on the wall, and you can also put up specific weapons you like, depending on what you are, you know, rolling with. I want my own bed. Emma doesn't. What do you mean? You have your own bed. Let me show you where your bed is. You want to see where your bed is? Yas? Come on. I like to spam inputs because I'm too dumb to learn rotations. Fair enough. Here's your bed. Need floofy bed? No, this is floofy. You've touched it, haven't you? It's very soft when we go into it. Apparently that bed feels so good that every time we go to sleep there, we're out for like a decade, at least. Last right in Tangtang switching makes sense. I don't know about the others, though. Is it a bed or is it the endman? It is both. We are our own bed. Not the big rock, indeed the big rock. Bro, should I use Akakuri on my team? What team? Like, you said, should I use Akakuri on my team? What team is it? And welcome in, Renosa. Or Ren. Okay, let me sleep so good you can switch genders. Indeed. You can switch your form from masculine to feminine or vice versa.
Finally heading out. I was about. We'll end this fight easily. Gotta scare him just like that.
Gathering data.
One more shot. Awesome.
List subject.
But this was kind.
Relations.
Last right, Tangtang and Jaihe.
Fireworks for you.
I think she'd be fine. I don't know if she's the best unit. You know what team is the best pro? There's a lot of really good teams. As far as what the complete best is, it's probably just a combination of characters that are really strong in their roles
My
that
prayers
have some
been
degree of
answered.
synergy. What does this mean? Well, as a general idea, some of the most highly rated characters include like Yvonne, Last Right. These are 0.5 DPSs. You can combine them with Tangtang and Gilberta. Each of them can be combined with both of those characters. And then you can combine them with another top unit, which is Jaihe, as far as 5 stars go. Lavatane is another top unit, and you can combine her with Ardelia or Gilberta, which is obviously strong. Then you can combine that team with Akakuri, with Wolfguard, with Antle, with Perlica, different units that you can swap in. There's a lot of really strong units right now. Pog is a really strong physical unit. You can use him with Chen. You can use him with Perlica, and then you can use him with Enmin. Enmin is not as strong, from what I understand, but Enmin is still quite strong. Lavatane is the only one I'm missing now. Fair enough. That is unfortunate. But yeah, as far as what team is the best, it's kind of like dependent on what you want.
Ciao. Wanna head out for a
Stash. Okay, so I need 6 more. Free to play and having all the characters is kind of wild. True. And yet I do. The game treats me kind as well. You have Pog and Li Feng and the healer and the sheep girl. Gotcha. I had to get the bad luck curse during launch. If it makes you feel better, I have the bad luck curse in every other gacha I play. I played Destiny Rising, which is like a Destiny gacha game. And that one I have average luck. And then this game I have insanely good luck. At least I feel like it's insanely good. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not insanely good. And it's just good. But it feels really good. I like it a lot. I've only had to hard pity, I think, 1 character. I've almost hard pitied 2 other characters, to be fair. But I only had to, like, fully hard pity 1 character, which I consider a good thing. Because whenever I played Genshin Impact, I had to hard pity and lose my 50-50 twice in a row, almost every single character I ever pulled on. So I always had to save a ton of pulls to guarantee I get a character. Which is horrific. Are you done with all the missions? As far as I'm aware. I don't know if there's secret missions that I don't know the locations of. But I'm done with the missions there. Let me do a crisis drill. Oh, wait, let me make sure I'm doing it for the right.
Still waiting for something?
Ciao. Wanna head out for a
I want to make sure I do the right material. There we go.
I stand here awake.
I'm using Last Right, Ember, Pog, and Yvonne. Oh, that's an interesting team. Yeah, so your team there, the main problem you're running into... I don't really know much about Ember, if I'm being completely honest. Because I don't have her. I believe she's an enabler. Or a buffer. Either way, she's built to help your main DPS deal more damage. You have a 2 main DPSs there, but also your characters don't really have much synergy with each other at all. So I would recommend trying to look into what characters have synergy with each other. The side mission with the news girl, I have her. Oh wait, in Shingbo? News girl. Missing Rising. Ember can shield heal and add physical susceptibility. Okay, yeah. So she's a support and a like amper and an amp character. In Shimbo, you find her? Are you talking about the one where you talk to the guy with the backpack first to go find her?
We'll end this fight easily. Got scared of just
frigid
time for
Sanitize.
Yes? Okay, I've already done that one.
Corruption.
finish with the fight. Let us dance.
That was a fun quest. I like that.
Cozy up with gravity.
All friends Veritas be with you.
Yes, you go all the way to the top of the giant wheel. Yeah. I've also done all of the exploration for the stuff, though I'm gonna go back and do more files. P0 RT Tyrannical, yes. It took me a while, but I did get it. She's the, so in a way, Yvonne is the reason why I don't have Tangtang's signature weapon, because all of the pulls I used on Tangtang to get her, the weapon pulls went to Yvonne's weapon. Basically. I'll try to see some. Yeah, that would be a good idea, Ren. If your goal is that, for example, like Last Right can be used as a sub DPS for Yvonne, but if your main DPS is supposed to be Last Right, you're gonna want to use a different character other than Yvonne for like a support. Is there something like a main ore barrel source? There's just a ton of sources of ore barrel that all add up over time. The only thing I could see is like a main ore barrel source as far as consistent ore barrel goes. Are you even making fertilizer for your crops? No. I saw that it required a forge of the sky and was not interested. I have no interest in setting up one of my forges of the sky to do that, even temporarily. I'm lazy enough and I do not need food that bad. I can craft plenty of it as is. To be honest, I have this amount. I don't even need any more food. Not required, but it's good to have. I mean, that's fine, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really need food for anything because my teams are all very, very strong. So, I'm not too worried about it. Use this.
Still waiting for
Oh,
something.
did I just accidentally use too much?
Ciao. Wanna head out for a walk?
I did, didn't I? Yeah, I did. That's fine.
Every time I looked back at all those lengthy journeys I've completed, all those tiny emotions would simply well up within me. That was the exact moment when I knew. I'm simply in love with my work.
So I could get this if I had the materials, or if I had the T-creds. I get her maxed out. But I can still promote the other support as well. I'm like that guy that wants to use every 6-star character, fair enough. But I don't have it, that's also fair. That is also fair.
Still waiting for something?
Distract.
Empty wallet. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hey,
Alright,
ciao. Wanna head out for a walk? The
so...
colors of this
Contemplation. Computation.
utter.
Same thing here, but it's good to have for missions. You see, I've been struggling with some plants. What missions? Because I haven't had any issues with missions so far. Personally. Are there any new missions that I've missed? None that are visible here. I did both the main missions and I did some side missions while I was running through. My team is level 90, but my team is buns. That's unfortunate. Alright, and just so people are aware, let me... Yeah, okay. I am going to... Think of the right word. I'm going to do my best to handle some files. So I'm going to get some files that are in the stockade. Okay. Have you tried a physical team? When I first started, but not anything super leveled up. Oh, Roman with the pies. That's fair. So what are you doing now? I'm going to go for some files. I have some files to get. So anyone who is not super... Like, if you haven't done 1.1, I might accidentally spoil something, so you have been warned officially. Of course, I would imagine if you're watching someone doing a completion stream, you have some idea of what's going on, or you are mentally prepared for the fact that I might mess something up for you. I see a file already. I already grabbed that. Heh heh heh, asshole. Not really.
Exposed.
He who suffers today is not.
I'm done with the files. Only need two and found them right away. Fair enough. Memo, raft maintenance. So things have been kind of cooled down between us and Willing City now, huh? Then shouldn't these bamboo rafts go back to Willing City's transport system? Don't even get me started. Since we snatched them back, I've been the one fixing them up all these years. Kind of grew attached, you know? There. Yeah, I've grabbed a fair amount of these. I just want to make sure that I get all of them. I have all sorts of items. I don't even know what they're for. Fair enough. There's a zipline over here, right? Or am I wrong? It's this. No, it's not this. There was something. Oh, it's this right here.
He who suffers today is not among us.
Gotta scare him just like that.
No. It's elsewhere. Yeah, we're fine. Sure.
No one escapes my care.
Look. Did you get a reward for getting all the files full, even if it's just a medal? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. What you do and don't get, if I'm being completely honest. I just like collecting things, so not at all. I think I got 300 ore barrels. Well, you get it for investigations. You climb on top of those or top. You can. I already have all the chests and the enemies. So here for this zone, I have every Orlean in every chest. Very great. I'm legit just going back for the files. Oh, here's one. Do you think characters will be stronger than others because they are strong lore-wise? Maybe, but I genuinely I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I already get all the file. Fair enough. No idea where the LB's got these cages. We can melt them down and use the metal for stockade repairs. These are the words written on a piece of paper. Fair enough. I'm gonna go around first.
Be extra careful. That enemy looks really dangerous.
Memo, the sketcher's joy. Ha, can't believe it. The 8 scenes of Wuling. I actually got to sketch this water wheel. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. I heard about the trouble at Chingbo Stockade the other day and thought this place was gone for good. Turns out nothing major happened, and everything's been handled really well. Total game saver. That little girl chief is surprisingly capable, huh? There. Nice, you know how to play then? Yes. I go for the chest and Arlene as soon as I can, because that stuff gives me rewards. I'm a greedy man, a very greedy one. Greed is the name of the game. Do I wait here or do I walk around? I guess I wait here because I can run across almost immediately, right? I don't really have to wait for too long. Okay. So once you're in this room, I think. Oh, hi. The Sketcher's Eureka moment. I finally see it clearly now. I bet this winding bridge was originally some kind of barrier mechanism. At the very least, it definitely wasn't meant to be a walkway from the start. Otherwise, it'd be way too impractical. The structure was propped up midair to minimize blight damage as much as possible. Then, by using various barrier mechanisms, multiple lines of defense can be formed when blight hits, keeping losses to a minimum. What a brilliant design, making perfect use of the landscape and waterways. But the way it's being used now feels like this technology never got passed down. These folks in the village, why do they all seem a bit slow? Okay, that's really funny. How do you know the locations? What do you call it? Interactive maps. I use them to help figure stuff out. That way y'all don't have to sit here and just watch me run through. In a very, I'm sure, funny way, but... it'd be something interesting. Yeah, it's the same way that I know, for example, that there should be a note right here that I've already grabbed. There's also a bunch of notes in here that I've probably already grabbed, but I still make sure to check. So like right here, the one stuck in hatred, and then a stuck hater's warning. I'm just making batteries and syringes to sell and make money and level up my team. Fair enough. In the end, I couldn't make him stay. He left with the Landbreakers. His heart was lost in that rainy night 10 years ago, and no one could ever bring it back. What is hatred? Now it's my turn to be confused about all this. Maybe hatred is just a beast's cage. Once a person is locked inside for too long, they turn into the beast, losing all sense of their true self, never able to return. But when you get down to it, isn't living in this world just about taming yourself? Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
A wayward fallen one roams nearby.
We'll end this fight. One more shot. Power shot.
Prayer.
Veritas be with you.
So,
Feel the chill.
it's established that these individuals... Like, is this the result of some kind of weird ritual? Because they seem like they can speak and communicate, yet we've never talked to one properly. But yes, a loyalist's final words. That girl can be Tangtang, the younger dame, the supreme chief. Hell, she can just follow Mifu's lead, quit the stockade, and be a watchguard. She can have all that. I'm totally fine with it. But I'll never forgive someone who murdered Big Bro. And since I do not forgive, I must do something. No more escaping. We're settling this the Jianghu way. By the way... They are weird Therians? Maybe. The Jianghu, by the way, is like the martial world. It's like it's or rather it's considered like a in like wuxia at least, or like wuxia, however it's supposed to be pronounced. I read a lot of this stuff, if you couldn't tell. But it's basically just a secret society that makes up like hidden individuals and martial artists. Is anyone wondering? There's people on Reddit who made a checklist for you to find files easier. You can tick files you already collected or click the link to the exact location of files. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. That's pretty sick. You should, Diamond King, if you're in the Discord, you should check that in there. That seems like a good resource. And welcome in, Lufius. But yes, I'll be standing right here. You blighted-hearted Tangtang supporters can come at me all you want. We'll set up this 1-to-1 to the friggin' death. I see. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. That is an individual who is, I think, clouded is like a very, I don't know. It is a word that could be used, and yet is also minimizing the degree of that. Because holy. Thoughts are a bit more than clouded. You have Discord? I didn't even know. I do have a Discord. It's in the card in my bio. On whatever platform you're on, or description of the stream, or all kinds of stuff, really.
Today is not among us.
Let's just do it.
Prayer all shall mend. Simmer down. Who wants to flow? FYI, I'm also quite the combat
So we don't have
expert.
a bunny guy in Chingo, right?
Prayers have been answered.
I'm not sure.
Hey, all thanks to my brilliant command.
Actually, you should probably check the true location of these things first. Okay, that one's already done. But you? Here, probably? Where's it down below? It seems like it's down below.
Show yourself.
Yep, I already have it. And then I already have this one too. Alright. Now there's one up in this back. Way over here I can get.
Your boss is here. Wait, that one looks tough.
Yeah, it's hard for me to tell who is and isn't in the Discord because a lot of the times the names don't match. So unless you're constantly like talking in there, it's a little hard for me to tell. Oh, cool, a little letter. Memo: a sad beast tamer. I think we recognize this individual, at least to some extent. Yeah. Ugh, the poor raker died. The beast was just too unlucky. The empty cages did remind me of something else. I gotta look for raker cubs and see if I can catch a few. I went through the old books at home and learned that Qingbo Stockade once had pretty advanced beast domestication techniques. I finally learned what I was supposed to do. Farming is meaningless. My duty is to tame the wild, ferocious elements of nature. Over a century ago, our ancestors could make beasts fight and do all sorts of dangerous stuff with a single gaze. They didn't even need a Regimars to pull it off. How did they do it? Is this a gift? A rare innate talent? Did they live together with the beasts? Did they share their homes and meals? Okay. And yeah, I'm generally aware of where all the files are.
Be extra
now,
careful.
I have the investigation. I don't really like reading all of that myself. I like reading it. I'll read it if y'all are here or not, so I figure I might as well read it out loud instead of just reading it to myself. History for the building of Qingbo Stockade. Edmund, we received the data you uploaded. I understand your desire to learn more about the building of Qingbo Stockade. It is indeed a topic that we should look deeper into. In fact, we were prepared to analyze Qingbo Stockade when news of your arrival at that location reached Dijon. A database research was initiated at once. Unfortunately, we received very few hits. Even our SOW's database contains very little information about the construction of Qingbo Stockade. However, this does not mean we lack understanding on the current status of Qingbo Stockade. Regarding information on the region of Wuling, we have already conferred with the Hongshan Academy of Sciences for a timely update in an appropriate manner. Unfortunately, you have also acquired new findings. Through our analysis, we can say with certainty that the building of Qingbo Stockade went through at least 2 important phases. The first phase involved the elimination of 2 of nearby threats, which were likely to be packs of beasts that roamed the area. However, this does not mean that the blight or angloid posed less of a risk. The local fauna of Qingbo Stockade may have once endangered the livelihood of the local residents to a degree that goes beyond our imagination. The raker beasts, howler beasts, and water lamps you have encountered strongly suggest this possibility. Meanwhile, evidence has been found in the database about an aldertone of the Hanabit circuit who visited Wuling over 80 years ago. The Hana folk song he left behind includes this line, "An ocean of beasts, a source of the creeks." We were uncertain what the Hana meant until you uploaded your findings. The song is now solid proof how Qingbo Stockade was once threatened by beasts. We postulate that the beast taming techniques were developed by stockaders who tried to fight against these bestial hazards. SOW, I believe, is just the acronym for the specific database that they're using. I don't think it means something specific. It's just referring to their thing. And thank you for the follow, Melvin. Let me read through some of the stuff y'all said. Genshin gave me the reading comprehension curse. Unfortunate. Rest in peace. You probably read books. I read a lot of books. In fact, this week I have read 2 books. Depending on the size of the book, I can read more. But yeah, I can read many books very, very quickly. I like to read a lot. Are you American? Yes. Yes, I am. Okay. Here. Phase 2 of the building of Qingbo Stockade is probably related to environmental engineering. After reading through the writings and records of the sketcher you uploaded, we also checked ambient readings synced with us when you deployed the subpack. Our analysis revealed that the overall architectural design of Qingbo Stockade was rather similar to outpost expansion during a certain period in our history. Shortly after the First Anglo War ended, researchers proposed many plans for building small outposts. These designs focused on maximizing the use of local topography, adapting to the local environment, and low-cost construction methods to intercept, channel, and divert blight masses. Qingbo Stockade happens to match this approach. Waterfalls from the sky may seem like an esoteric line, but Qingbo Stockade actually lives up to the name with its high-rise buildings. We can assume, with good reason, that an individual knowledgeable in such architectural approaches lived amongst the stockaders during that time. In essence, the building of Qingbo Stockade can be treated as a historical montage about humanity's struggles to survive on Talos 2. It is something that everyone should remember. We thank you for your discoveries, Administrator. What kind of books do you read? There's some nonfiction, but I'm gonna be real, it's mostly fiction. I like fantasy, specifically medieval fantasy. I like wuxia and Muram novels. Think like the web novels you see online. I read a lot of those. I've read like Lord of the Rings. I've read Fablehaven. I don't know if anyone would know what that is. That's like a modern mixed with fantasy. I've read the Nick Chronicles. I've read the Inheritance series, which is like, if you've ever heard of the Aragon movie, and how the Aragon movie is so much worse than the book. The book series, that whole like series of books, is called the Inheritance series, or the Inheritance Chronicles, something like that. I'm trying to think. I've read all of the Percy Jackson, the Olympians books. I have read, obviously I mentioned Lord of the Rings, but also I've read The Hobbit. I own like a set that's all of that put together. Let me think. I've read Nancy Farmer's Sea of Trolls, as well as the sequels to that book. I've read Night by Elie Wiesel, which is a memoir. I think there was a book I read. It was like, I don't remember if it was called Soldier Boy or something. It was about like child soldiers. That's another memoir. I'm thinking. Yeah, I've read a lot. I've read a lot of books. I've heard those names, but I'm not a reader. Fair enough. But yeah, I've read many more than what I've stated. Oh, I've read every Harry Potter book. That's another easy one. I've read every single one. Many times. Yeah, light novel wise or web novel wise, did you read Harry Potter? I've only read a little. Well, I just answered that question, funnily enough. Yeah, but yes, I read all of the Harry Potter books. The good thing about reading books is the knowledge you get. Yes, vocabulary is a big thing as well. And then when it comes to reading, in terms of online stuff, I've read Reverend Insanity online. I have read Regressor's Tale of Cultivation. I've read Lord of the Mysteries. I plan on reading, I think it's called Circle of Invulnerability. I've read Mother of Learning. I have read, I think it's like the Demon Prince Goes to the Academy, all that stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of novels I've read too, online as well as physical. But yes, and then boom, 200 or a barrel. Let's go, gamers. Pumpkin is very, very, very cuddly. And I think he wants a snack. So 1 second. He's been given the appropriate snack. I have such a creaky chair. This thing's getting old. I don't even think it's getting old. I think I just need to, I don't know, like grease it or something. But it creaks a lot. I don't even lean back. Oh, you know, maybe that's the problem. Maybe I don't lean back in it enough, so it's just really never used. Because I always sit. I always sit. It's hard for me to describe, but I guess my posture is kind of like that of the character you see. In that I always sit like straight up. And I try to make sure that my forearms are like parallel with the desk. So I keep my back straight and stuff. But yeah, occasionally I'll lean back, but it's not frequent. Let me get rid of that, and then I don't really know. Is it? No, I could definitely go in this direction. You asked me, I've read none. Fair enough. I don't think reading is a required thing, in my personal opinion. I definitely think it's useful. I think reading is very useful. I think it's really helpful to a lot of people. And it can be very good at... Not really like... I don't know what the right word is. It could be really good at teaching you. It can be really good at finding entertainment in things. In a way that, you know, for lack of a better term, increases your attention span. Because novels... much of the payoff is built up slowly and over time, and you learn to think about what's going on and see what you can derive from that. Beyond just being like, oh yeah, instant fun thing. I have no idea how I learned this language, but I learned it. Fair enough. Speaking is one of the best way to learn a language. One of the best ways. In fact, like talking to people in a language, listening to them speak a language, that's considered generally the best way to learn the language. Now, of course, you still have to read and write to learn how to read and write in the language, but you can also figure it out in many languages from how you speak, how it's supposed to be written and read, by like sounding things out. If you can learn just how to sound out specific. That's how I learned, by listening. Yeah. It's like genuinely, it's why people say, like, if you're trying to learn, like, a lot of people in the US, for example, they try to learn Asian languages. Like, they'll learn like they'll try to learn like simplified Chinese, Mandarin. They'll try to learn like Korean or like Japanese, and a lot of the ways that they tend to do that is keep in mind, by the way, not necessarily through media. You will learn, it's the same thing as like people who learn American English from like cartoons will end up sounding a little bit odd, versus if you were to watch like YouTubers or streamers or documentaries. Stuff like that. It's the same way for other languages. If you try to learn Japanese by only watching anime, you are going to end up speaking a bit differently, and you might have some quirks that you'll need to iron out. You will learn if you try to learn by watching that, but you will learn better from like a streamer or someone who's making like a more casual video or like documentaries or podcasts, just because the manner of speech that they're using is better. And it's the same for other languages too. Those are just really popular ones here. I know at least in my personal area, learning like Spanish is very popular. I knew a couple of people who tried learning French. French would probably be a bit more difficult because not as many, straight up, just not as many people online speak it. So learning it through that way is more difficult because you're not going to find as much content. I've recently gotten into web novels. I'm not sure what to read though. Can you tell me what you've read, Potatoes? I can give you some recommendations immediately. I speak Spanish. Yeah, I know a lot of people who speak Spanish. I can read some of it and understand some of it when it's spoken to me, but I can't speak it very well. Just because I've gotten used to people speaking it around me. Also, the file in this specific area I've already got, so I'll teleport to that one. But yeah, Potatoes, if you want to real quick run me through that stuff, having a healthy imagination also helps with enjoying books. This is also true. This is also true, Diamond King. I have a very, very active imagination, so I can imagine things usually in books better than if they're shown on a screen to me. I haven't read much. Any recommendation would be fine. Lord of the Mysteries. Lord of the Mysteries. Possibly considered one of, if not the best, web novels ever written. It is written by Cuttlefish Loves Diving, or Cuttlefish Who Loves Diving, something of that sort. Everyone just calls him CF or Cuttlefish. There is a sequel that has recently, somewhat recently finished. So there's that. So maybe someone listening, so someone reading a book, I could pay attention, but not reading it. That's fair. That is fair. Whatever fits your attention span, really. But yeah, Lord of the Mysteries, super, super good. Regrassor's Tale of Cultivation is another good one. Has it adapted into anime? Lord of the Mysteries, the very beginning has been adapted into a donghua, which is, it's an anime made in China, as far as I'm aware. Like, it's the same type of content, but in the same way that, you know, American cartoons are different from anime, donghua has its differences from anime as well. Even if it looks visually like a similar media, because it is, to an extent, a similar media. I'll definitely give it a read. Thanks, you're very welcome. Keep in mind, I would recommend reading it and not watching the anime first. And thank you, Home, for the various different looking kinds of hearts that I genuinely don't know what they do. But yes, thank you. I watched lots of American series and movies, etc. That's how you can learn too. Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. You can learn a lot from, like I said, you'll have some quirks to iron out if you learn from, like, exaggerated media like that, but you'll still learn the language, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to make you not learn it. You're not going to know a different language from that. You'll still know the language. You'll just have some habits that you pick up from that are not necessarily common in conversations. Any websites you read web novels on? I do have websites. I would have to pull them up for you later. If you want, Potatoes, something you can do. Join the Discord that's in one of the panels, or if you can't find it, try to go to one of my other channels and look for a card link, and that'll have my Discord. And in the general, ping me and just repeat that question. Like, what websites do you read web novels on? And I can answer you better there. There is one really popular one, though, that I read a lot of web novels on, and it's like a fully, like, it's a legal one, not an illegal one. It's a legal website that you can read web novels up to a certain point for free on, and then choose to pay for more if you want. But I also have other ways because I'm poor boy, so I don't quite have a lot of disposable income. So I tend to what do you call it? Brain to work. So I tend to use like websites that I can try and get this stuff for like free on. Oh yeah, I forgot. There's a whole command for that. You know what? Yep, fair. All right, you can use that. I forgot there was a command. I don't know if that command works in other places, but it is !Discord.
We'll end this fight easily.
I wonder if I could set up
Wish you the best of
those on the clock app. Do y'all know if there's bots you can set up to like set up commands in the chat and stuff for people? Or is that not a thing? Honey, this is apple.
Hey,
I still remember that from a teacher. I honestly
be
am
extra
not sure
careful.
what that means.
That enemy looks really dangerous.
Or rather, like, I'm not sure of the context. Oh, okay. I get you. Does it work on the red app? It doesn't look like it. Why does it? Wait a second. That should work on the red app, though. I set it up to. No, wrong, stream. Let me go to my dashboard real quick. Okay, let me look. Chatbot, chat commands. Let me go to this one. Yeah. This command should be a thing that works. Actually, wait, let me go to this one just in case it doesn't work. So I can copy and paste something. But given that there's no response from the clock app, I'm going to assume that they either don't know or there's a different setup. But here, let me...
Rusty spear, red suit tie, pouches powder, duck and white, fiddly blind, typhoon hide, settle score with righteous pride.
What? She just... I've never heard her do that before. Oh, okay. I have exclamation point socials, which links you to all of them, but... Here, try that again, Diamond King. I can't be 100% guaranteed if it'll work. She talks randomly. She does. Let me... figure out where some of this stuff is. Oh. Wait. Is it all the way up there? Probably. Wait, up there? Or actually... Yeah, no, just in case I'm gonna go all the way up. The invite link doesn't seem to be working. Let me... test something. I can assure you it works. I just used it. I can 100% guarantee that it works. If you go to the sanctuary there, you'll hear that. She's so cute, thanks. Yes, she's the cutest creature ever.
Hey.
Okay. So here I am. Oh, you know what? I could have gone the other direction, couldn't I? That's fine, whatever. Hello. And she does her animation because I'm zoomed in.
Hey.
Did I misspell that or something? I'm not sure. It might be because it's shorts, the shorts version and the other version. Maybe it's just separated. It might be that the bot does not know how to pay attention to both. I thought I had to fix the command, but it might just be that, which would be unfortunate. I lost your 50-50 to Ember, unfortunately. Or unfortunate. That is actually extremely sad. I know most people are not a fan of Ember. I think she's cool, but I also don't have her. So it's like I don't have any way to use her or anything. Let me try the short version. Okay. Yeah, because at least according to this, it works. I made it work, never mind. Oh, I made it work, never mind. Okay, cool. That time you put a spacebar.
Hey.
That space will mess it up. Negative? Let me see. Also, I came up here for nothing because I already have this. Let me see. I'll try both versions. Guess why not? Yeah, it's not working. The bot may be non-functional. That's funny though, because the bot, it does function in the sense of other stuff. Ah, you know what? You know what's something I could do anyway? I've got a better idea. If I want to make it so that this works regardless,
Long distance hauls can get really tired.
then I could instead do it through
Let's
this.
keep it down and give the Endmen some quiet time to unwind.
Wait here. Action. Let me try this. Did this? Type Discord in the thing. And all the chests not the files yet. Fair enough. I have all treasure chests and all orbs, but not all files. Do you need to verify? I'm not sure. I just know that you have to agree to the rules. It doesn't work. Or is it? Maybe there's something wrong with it, because it definitely should be working. Oh, it just lags. Alright. Cool. That's fine. It seems as well like it does it in both chats. So. And hello, gamer. Welcome in. Yeah, okay, so that should work fine. I don't need to worry too much about that then. It's just gonna spam it all the time whenever someone asks about it. But yeah, so if anyone has any questions for me, feel free to join there. Bro, Dustin Pure Death. Yeah, this guy is crazy. He literally was like, hey, I need a thing. He's like, hey, I need you to help me get my sleep mask so I can go to sleep. Like, that's the problem. Look at this. If he falls, there is no saving him. There is no saving him. He's gone. Forever. But yes, so for the files, I am working on it. I have an interactive little checklist here. Basically, it's an interactive map that I use as a checklist. So I can see visually, roughly, where each of these is located. And then I can use this to figure out what I want to do. Unfortunate. I could probably just teleport. I guess he has his own priorities, true. One of those priorities is sleeping, and I don't think he has any priority other than sleeping. Be warned. This is a final zone area. Crumpled sheet of paper. The entrance is located within the 18 meandering courses. Only the patient and persistent may find its true meaning. The end lies the source. The end lies the source you seek. The fount runs deep. The fearless may seek. Darkness it skims. When does it cease? Vileness it purges. Blight it dispels. Forever keeping our people protected and well. So I assume this is some kind of poem about the ancestral stuff. There's a map that shows you where it is. Yeah, there's interactive maps online. I made a short on it. If you want, once again, you could go to the card in my bio and join my Discord and ask me about it, and then when stream is over, I can get you the link so that you can use it yourself if you want. That should make things a little bit easier for you. It's called like Endfield Tools, if you want to look that up. Endfield Tools interactive map. But as far as the link, it's a little... I can't like say it to you, if that makes sense. Okay, this is all quest related. So I already have this. I'm pretty certain I have this other one, but just in case, I want to make sure I am able to visually see where it should be. It's right here, right? Yeah, okay. We're 2 floors, it's pretty high. I've been up that high. He was supposed to be the watch guard? Oh yeah, I forgot. The sleeping guy is supposed to be the watch guard. He just sleeps all day. I guess, maybe, is there a time when we see him awake, or is he just always sleeping? Oh, this is elsewhere. Okay, I gotta go over here. Any of this fluffed? No. He's not a watch guard, he's a sleep guard, true. This is the truth. Take those. Okay, first one would be there, but it's not. I believe the next one's over here, okay? Or am I wrong? Why is this still pointing me in this direction? Even though this quest is over. That's interesting.
Is it a spirit? Huh?
I already have it. Okay, so I have both the files there, but this being interactable again is interesting. Thoughts on Tangtang having the same base intelligence as Chen? It makes sense. I have a messy handwriting on the map. Nope, I already read this. I don't know why that showed me another thing. Weird. Very, very weird. Any upcoming content planned? For videos or for the game? videos wise, I thought people were not as interested in zip lines anymore, but I'm still having people asking about it, so I'll probably make a zip line video soon. I should set up zip lines for Chimbo Stockade first, though. Chen and Tangtang fighting for who uses the one shared brain cell. True. For videos. Okay, yeah, so a zipline. I'm doing a bunch of shorts, basically, tips for stuff. That's been something I've been doing for a while. Either informing people of things that have changed recently or giving tips. I'll probably put one out to let people know the event just started. Because it started, like, technically it started yesterday. But it updates in the middle of the day. So when stream's over, I will probably inform people of that. Yes, please, I need Jimbo Stockade zipline. I mean, you're not going to need much for ziplines, if I'm being honest, in the Stockade. But I'll still put one out. Like, this area is not going to need much. I like that when you do the plunge attack on Tangtang on multiple boxes, they break easily. Do they? It looks like she just does the same amount of damage that anyone else does.
I won't fly too far.
Or do you have to stand on top of them? Now just go up to the top only. You don't really need one to take you up to the top. The only things that you really like, realistically, right? You want a zip line, okay? The zipline needs to connect from each teleporter to resources. The only real resources we have that you can get to is there's one that's from here, which you can zipline over here and go straight there, right? Like, let's say I really want to do this, right? For whatever reason it is. I really want to be like, okay, I come here, I'm like, all right, I want to place a zip line right here. Let me see. Is there one of these? No? Okay. So, I place a zip line right there. Boom. This now is handled already. First of all. And I can come over here. Turn around. Need to go get these resources, right? Yes. You don't absolutely need to, but they are resources. They are available. It's literally the only thing that's of use here. So, do you have an Instagram account? Yes, I do. I really appreciate your content. Thank you. I'm glad you do. Yes, I do have that Instagram account. It is basically just reposts from my other accounts. Those are new. Of course I need them. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Part of me is interested. I'm curious. Can I appropriately be as close as possible? Let's go do this. Yvonne's tail is great. Perfect. Wonderful. I want this to be right next to it to power it. Yeah, cool. Alright, so now I have a zip line that goes right here. Now you might think to yourself, what is the purpose of this? The purpose is very simple. There's one aspect of the zipline. Though, I forget always that I have to alternate. There you go. So now, I have one zipline that goes straight to this resource. Unlike Wheeling City, there's not a lot of reason to do cyclical resource gathering. Because you don't have deliveries in this zone. There's no depot here. So, you can have a setup here that ziplines straight from this teleport point. I don't use ziplines at all, to be honest. That's fair. I don't really have an issue with whether someone uses ziplines or not. I use them because they're convenient and they're very quick. They're very, very quick. I use unstacking the settings when delivering goods because it teleports me without taking 20%. That's kind of funny. Okay, then you're gonna have this one. Jubo is similar to Valley Pass in Valley 4. In a way, yeah.
Hey.
Very similar, in my opinion. So.
Hey.
Go. Unless, can I get it from the side? No. I could if I could get it lower. Or further back, but I can't. So my best option is right here. And like this. Maybe in the future we'll get load springs equal in the link. Probably. I imagine we'll get a bunch of different zones. At least 2 more zones, I would think. I mean, realistically, this is bigger than Valley Pass. It is. It has more things in it than Valley Pass does too. But I just say this is the equivalent in terms of in terms of size compared to the other 2 zones. This one is smaller compared to the other 2 Wheeling zones. What's your least favorite area in Endfield? Mine is the quarry. Agreed. Quarry sucks. Sorry. The quarry isn't just too difficult to navigate. It also just looks boring. Like, I'm sorry, but it does. It looks boring. I don't like it. You have so many cool looking zones in this game, and then the quarry is just there. But yeah, so I've basically already done all of the ziplines needed. I mean, if I really want to be particular, and I'm like, oh, assuming that you don't have a way to get resources soon, or to get your stuff, a lot of flat surfaces will do that. Yeah, it's also like, they're all stone and rock. Like, what? Okay. You couldn't make it more interesting? Like an Originium quarry or something? I don't know. Well, I guess it would be a mine, not a quarry. Where's this? There it is. Can I get this? Yes, I can. I can get this further. How far can I get this? How much can I stretch this? I can stretch it to here. Heh, ya boy knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing. Let's go. Wait. No, it's too far. Unless if I put this here, right? Let's take a look-see here. Let's take a look-see here. All right. No, I lost my number 1 badge. Unfortunate. Rest in ripperonies. You placing these for farming routes or something? Kind of like that. Yeah. I'm placing them for convenience. I also intend on making a video that goes over every single zipline placement I have. Because I have a very easy way to handle all of this stuff. Yeah, free tutorial indeed. But yes, so, you see how that's too far? And then this one is also slightly too far from that. I'm about to fuck it up a little bit, but it's fine. It's blocked. Let me make sure. I want to make sure that this is completely blocked and cannot be salvaged. All right. So my thought process then is I can ignore, and now I can set it up. Nice, can't wait. Yeah, I'm gonna make a long form, and then I'll make short form ones for each zone, I think. Would be probably a good idea. It shouldn't be a super long video. I'll probably just go over, like, hey, here's the spots. Here's a couple of them that are hard to get to. Though I heard one of the zip lines I used is no longer possible. I don't know if they actually fixed it or if people are just bad at parkour. In fact, you know what? We can go and check that out in a second. This is fine. This is good enough. Alright. We can check that now. Cooling City. I don't want to go to the monitoring center. Quarry's definitely annoying, indeed. Well, recycling stations will have remote connections according to the devs. Yeah, which is fine. I'm just doing that for now, just so I have it marked. So as of right now, this zipline right here that I'm about to go to is supposedly impossible to reach. I'm not sure I agree with that, if I'm being honest. But we'll have to see. I don't know whether I can or can't agree with it, because I have to actually try to get there first. How do I try to get there? Very easy. I just go there. Or do my best to. So first... Nope. This part, ironically, takes me way longer than most. Alright. Ooh, did they block that? Because I thought that was easier. I know I can get up here, so it's not a big problem. They fixed flying levitate? Unfortunate. Or no, maybe I need two... I don't remember if I needed another thermal bank here or not, if I'm being honest. I don't think I did. I landed that. I just walked off because I'm done. Yeah, I think they might have, Has anyone else tried this recently? Let me try another thermal bank. Because it might be that I just forgot that I need to place another one of these. Yeah, no, there's a whole wall there. There's some very noticeable, yeah. Alright. Looks like this one, I might have to, like, change it for the guide. Or at least explain that, like... hey, you might need to get lucky and have or, like, add someone who, can do that. But just in case, I'm gonna try one more thing. One more tactic. Nope. You know? Alright. Unfortunate. So I'm gonna assume that they probably fixed that. I can see if there's other ways to get up Dinah. Do lava tank plunge, then switch Yvonne plunge, then repeat. I see. That I have heard of, and I've intentionally not used it. I tried it for a bit, and at least from what I could tell, I didn't have any success with it. Yeah, wow, there's like really noticeable invisible walls now. I guess they really didn't like people climbing up on stuff. It's just odd. I don't know why they would dislike that so much. Here, let me see. Is there any like alternative that I can use?
Hey.
Sure. Really odd. I mean, it's not really game breaking. It's not. I mean, if anything, it would be easier to climb up if there weren't any invisible walls. Like, if this game had a normal climb feature, then we could just climb up this stuff normally. And there'd be no issues. They heard ruling citizens complain about the corporate supreme leader on their roofs. Yeah, well, let me just talk with them. I just want to talk. Chen and I can, you know, we can. I'm sure we can meet with them and come to a mutual understanding that everyone will agree upon in a way that is, you know, safe and healthy and feels great for everyone. I'm sure. But yeah. So I might have to like put a disclaimer. But we'll see. We will see.
Hey.
Brain work. Brain no work. I think I have all of the files in the Stuckhead. In Jingle Stuckhead. Let me check. Oh. Apologies, I had to handle something real quickly. And yes, they can give over their roofs for free because of our lovely giving of the good stuff, the Gironite, you know, the stuff that they need in order to live. I'm sure they could, you know, deal with a slight bit of annoyance. Also, I messed up the way I was doing the map, so I have to remark all of these files as being grabbed again. But At least in terms of recording. I have 319 of 333, supposedly, files in the game. Which is quite nice. Which is quite nice. From what I understand, I might miss a couple of them in Wuling. At the very least, I might have just not understood where they were originally. So I can look around for them real quick. Specifically, it'd be in the valet. Or they're new. Okay, that's not a collectible. This one's over here. I see it. Drawer's log. Time flies. I've been in Wuling for almost 5 years now. 5 years ago, I was still at Chingbo Stockade, just digging bamboo shoots and catching fins. Occasionally raiding supplies from Wuling City. Now I can seriously focus on studying agriculture. I guess that's pretty lucky. Of course, I still can't really say whether life was better back in Chingbo Stockade or here in Wuling City. They still can't let it go. On the surface, they live normal lives now, but I can tell there's a fire burning inside them. Might sound cowardly, but I just hope my old friends from the stockade don't come ruin our fields. And of course, I hope Ruan-Yi, Tangtang, and the others get a little less pressure on their shoulders. Fair. There any other ones? It seems like that's not necessarily like, okay, this one's also not collectible apparently. Okay. So I've got all the collectibles in the valley. Sorry, in the Jinyu Valley, not in the Valley 4. What are the platforms you streaming on? The Clock app, the Red app, and the Purple app at the moment. On the Red app, I have 2 different streams. One is horizontal, one is vertical. Okay, let me switch over to Valley 4 for files specifically. Because I already have all of the other stuff. Findings, recordings, Nexus files. Okay. And then, so for buyable files, I'm gonna just real quick handle the load spring, because apparently the load spring has some very easy to get buyable files. I just want to make sure that I have them. What platforms are you streaming on? Yes. Yes. Many platforms. All of the streams. Everywhere. Anywhere that allows me to stream, I stream. And thank you for the little hearts, little love hearts things, whatever those are. The finger hearts, that's what it is, yeah. It's like the... So when we do your index and your thumb. Oh, wrong area. Well, not completely wrong area, but slightly wrong area. There, talk to you. Supplies. Okay, I already bought them all, so I can mark you guys off promptly. Keep in mind, I'm expecting myself to have bought all of these. I just want to make sure that I've bought all of these. These are the first ones I want to check off my list. By the way, do you think the Stockaders' hatred towards Wuling is justified? From my view, the Stockaders basically tried to rob Wuling 10 years ago and then got killed in the process, then blamed the Tenshi for it. So it's hatred fueled by ignorance. The reason they hate them is not that. That just made it worse. That's the reason why Ruan-Yi specifically hates them. the reason why the Chuncha and the stockaders have such like a animalistic relationship is because the stockaders, first of all, they were already didn't like each other. But then on top of that, when the Blight disaster stuff happened, the raiders, or sorry, not the raiders, the stockaders were under the impression that it was because of the Chuncha's experiments. So they believe that all of the bad things that are happening to them are the result of a bunch of scientists who live somewhere else fucking them over. That's basically what it is. Do I think it's justified? No. I don't think any kind of like spanning generational hatred like that is justified. I think in general, like, obviously, it's understandable, but it being justified and understandable are two different things. I can understand why someone feels that way. I can understand the amount of pain and anguish that you might feel has been caused to you. Because, for example, we're being real, the stockaders do not have as good of living conditions as Wuling City. That will breed, disdain regardless, right? It's like, if I understand correctly as well, some of the stockaders also believe that like their land was taken. I don't know if this is true or not. I don't know to what extent. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like the stockade was made as a forward outpost by ancient Chuncha. In which case, then there's no like real argument there either.
Hey.
And if that is the case, the stockaders are basically just hating the Chuncha over a misunderstanding. And then they go against one another for consistent reasons. And they're just, you know, basically attacking each other and continuously. Now, keep in mind, most of the attacking is done by the stockade, by the stockaders. But still, both sides are animalistic towards each other. Both sides clearly discriminate against one another. So, there's a lot. They also, keep in mind, the reason for that specific, like, the deaths that were unfortunate, that is because they were used to robbing those in Wuling and then just getting beaten up, basically. And being able to steal some supplies, or Wuling letting them take the supplies. That they were used to that behavior. So, when a huge disaster happened, and you have a bunch of PTSD potentially ridden, and like extremely antsy people who are very well armed, and then they kill some people because it's dark and they can't see what's going on, and rainy, like it's rough. Ronnie's father was also a Chuncha in the past, or at least something similar. Yes, Puggers, and welcome, Rene. Yes, I believe I've gotten all the Bible files here, so let me look at all of these. With Wuling supplying food and technology to the stockade, everything, they should be in peace, right? Not really. I don't think you understand how generational hatred works. That hatred's going to last a long time, no matter how much help is done. Because there are people who feel that their lives are worse, or feel that others have died that they care about that will never be replaced. Never. And the reason for that is, they believe, is because of the Chuncha. So some people will never recover from that. That's just an unavoidable and unfortunate truth. When it comes to things like that level of hatred, some people never recover. They will always feel that hatred because they want to feel that hatred. They're looking for reasons to feel that hatred. They feel sad, they feel sorrow about either the life they feel they've lost, or they feel sorrow over people who have died in the conflicts. And because of that, they want to turn that sorrow into something else, They want to use it as a motivator, and so it is hatred. They decide to go with hatred. It is not an uncommon practice. It's just a matter of how long they tolerate each other. Yeah, if those who feel that hatred can tolerate one another, then they wait and they tolerate each other until it gets to a point to where the young people don't hear of these constant conflicts, and they can grow to actually like work together. And thank you, Jan, for like, and they can constantly work with each other through this. Then there could become a day when that happens. Tactical plan, John. Oh, never mind. Okay, I've already seen this. I thought I saw something new for a second. That's unfortunate. Can't collect that one either. Okay. By the way, it would be easier for you to check what file you have in your archive and compare it to the actual completed version online to see what you don't have. It would, I suppose. Is that a... Is there like a list or something? Or rather, like, is there like a way for me to make it more... Like, is there a defined order to this, or is it just in the order that I collected? I assume there's a defined order, right? Did you want to link the list? Oh my gosh, so many new people. Holy. Welcome in, gamers. The Discord. But yeah, like if you want to link that thing, the completed version you talked about, then I don't mind looking at it and seeing what I can do for it, or what I can grab from it. Because at least right now, I mean, I'm making pretty consistent progress. I can link you the list. Okay, yeah, just check in the Discord. If you can. In the Gacha Gaming channel. And then I'll go in there and I'll look at it in a second. Sorry, I went to... I clicked in the memes channel because I was like, huh. I forgot what was in there. And then I just saw Hop on Destiny 2, and it's fuck, I forget his name. It's Swetsicle, and I'm trying to remember his name. I watched him. I don't watch him as much right now. CB Gray. It's CB and Sweat. They're both looking at each other while they're shirtless in the shower. And it's because they did some crazy ad that required, I don't think it required it, but they both just decided to be shirtless for the ad. And it was very awkward, but very funny because it was awkward. Either way, it just says Hop on Destiny 2, and it's just two dudes who are shirtless looking at each other.
This ain't normal.
Like, there's no better way to put it than that. Okay. It's all underground. Hope they add ore barrel rewards for achievements in the future. I agree. Like 10 ore barrel per one, I think it'd be good. Most tutorials, don't they give... Oh wait, no, they give like 1, don't they? So I guess 5 ore barrel would be good. Because they normally give like 1 of the currency or whatever it is. Or do they give 5? I don't remember. The AIC tutorials? No. So whenever they do like the tutorial or like the achievement stuff in let me try and get this for you so I can help explain what I'm trying to visualize. Where's the tutorials? It's not archive, is it? It's something else. Database? Is it database? There it is. It's this. These, they normally give you like one pull currency every time you go through one of these, don't they? So this game should give you like 3 or 4 at least. Maybe 5. I feel like. It would actually give me a reason to sit here and click through all of this. I don't think so. Well, I'm saying most other games do it, but this game does not. I already sent you the link for the file on Discord. Nice. If you want, you can chuck that in the Gacha Gaming channel, and I can pin it. Oh, so some of these have links and some do not. Interesting. Okay. Let me look, I'm curious. So, findings, and then e-files. Bolts, Hartman work. Hartman, Alexander, Hans, Hartman, Alexander. Old photograph, Jerry Santerm. Business. Okay, so I have this. So I guess I just keep running until I get to a point, right? Okay, yes. And then that should be relatively helpful. Memo. All for evac, yep, Yvonne's message. Disappoint researcher, and Yvonne's message again. Then we have these, of which I have 2 and 3, but I need 1. So in other words, oh, that's funny. I've been there before. I've literally been exactly where this file is. I just didn't grab it for some reason. I must have just not seen it. Oh, nah, I know what happened. I was super focused on getting Amethyst. I was so, like, tunnel visioned on it that I probably just completely ignored the fact that there was anything else in this area. Because this is, this file is right behind here. Nope, wrong right. Don't take that right, take the next right. Here it is. Right in here. At least by my understanding. Should be right here. There we go. UWST, crew discussions. I'm old. These flowers and plants are my only companion. And I'm not that old anyway. I still got what it takes to fight the rockbuckers. And I've seen bigger. And I've seen bigger anchors than those 3. There's nothing to fear, children. Alright, there we go. There's an update for Nightmares from the Past, but it's not quite finished yet, right? Yeah. Have you also gone to the cave where 2 kids are guarding it? I never got back to that area. I'm not 100% sure. All I know is that I've got files to get. Yes, thank you kindly. That stuff. And for this link. So, a complaint about delivery fees, chat records hikers, memo originium scientist, and observer. Chat records showing off. Okay, so I'm missing an observer, and then I'm missing 2 things. One is chat records and one is memo. Oh, that's funny. So the links that are here go to the app that I use. That's actually really funny. Do you like the side mission? Ode of the Oaks. I think I remember that mission. I remember liking it, I think. It's right here.
Your boss is here. Wait, that one looks tough.
I love how Tangtang, like, she's like, oh yeah, let's go, it's the boss. Oh no, it looks strong. And she just loses her will to fight. She's like, nope, I'm not interested anymore. You can, I'll let you off this time. Some cartoon villain type behavior.
Hey.
I swear I already have this. I don't. And thank you for the Lexi. How long have you been making content? A handful of years. I started off with, well, little known. I don't know if I've talked about this. If I have, I don't remember. Little known bit of information. This is not my first channel. This is my, I believe, third or fourth channel. The others have been privated or deleted. The first time I ever made content was in the early 2010s. I made Skyrim guides. When I was a young man, technically a child. So I made Skyrim guides on like glitches, different like chest glitch stuff like that, builds, lore, character concepts, stuff like that. I was really into Skyrim. I still am really into Skyrim. Skyrim is my most played single player game by like a long shot. Thousands and thousands of hours spent on Skyrim. Then I got into issues in the sense that I received uncomfortable comments about my voice, or at least comments that were uncomfortable because I was a child. So I stopped. I stopped making videos completely. And then I switched to Minecraft, I think, for a while, where I made like more funny based content, but also still some guide stuff, but a lot more like basically for fun. And then I stopped again. And you know, needless to say, eventually I got into making content on the Stixer channel about 4 to 5 years ago, I believe, towards Destiny 2 content was the starting stuff. So I used to guide content of AFK Arena, but only videos, not streaming. Fair enough. I only started streaming a couple months ago, or a few months ago. I started streaming in late last year. I haven't been streaming for very long at all. Have you also gone, will you play The Elder Scrolls 6? If I'm alive when it comes out. If I'm still here. They haven't even announced the game. They put out a trailer like 7 years ago. I'm going to Samanch. Need me to take anything along? Or Samunk? I probably don't have an answer to that. Why Samunk? Oh, I just feel like going. That sounds pretty fake. Maybe I should come up with something poetic, an answer worthy of literature. I can't answer that. It just felt that I'd be missing out on something if I didn't visit the mother. But how should I regard the trip to Samunk? Should I call it a full cycle? Or a conclusion of a journey? No. Just thinking about it is making me afraid. I might start feeling like that my life is already gone. Interesting. Okay, the meteorological station is where I need to go. I'm fully expecting to be married and have kids when Elder Scrolls 6 finally releases. I'm expecting to be like halfway in the coffin. I'm expecting for Elder Scrolls to release and literally raise me from the dead. Elder Scrolls 6 will release, and with it, a spell for necromancy. Even if I'm a zombie, I will be playing that game. Celebrate the reopening. Wow, more machines and more seats. We even got two more auto vendors. This doesn't feel like the super cramped monitoring station anymore. It used to be a place where you can just turn around, bump into someone by accident. All right, crew, time to offer praises most high to our closed for expansion project. Then we should get together and figure out how to celebrate the reopening. Should we celebrate this at the mining camp? Gotta let everyone know that our site wasn't abandoned. We were just closed for expansion. Okay. Let's go to the e-files. Once again. So here we are. Where, what? I don't know what that means. Let's see. Painter, emergency, container crate cleaner. Then we have message word scientist, memo and idler, research notes, chat log, idle reset, the bloodstained order, memo janitor, suspect files, security surveillance and monitoring images, communication content, resume of Raquel, value for documented, Thurston's field notes, the hub, Thurston's field notes, or okay, yeah, all of the field notes, UWC standard issue backpack, a second-hand terminal, Sketchers communication logs, livestock students' doubts, okay. Records historian, old chat records, group photo, photo of bamboo, and letter from Martina. Okay, next is manuscripts. Letter from LA4, torn manuscript, crewmate's fantasy, notes found from somewhere, very old letter, memo, piece of advice, will left on a trash bin, and onboarding essentials, unrecorded letter from the family, verification, meeting minutes, message. With how quiet Bethesda has been the past few years, they're cooking either Elder Scrolls 6 or Fallout 5. I have no idea. I could not tell you. Last time we thought they were cooking Starfield, alright? My expectations are for the game to release on the same engine as Skyrim, with updated Unreal Engine graphics, kind of like how Oblivion Remastered looks, and then to just be a whole broken mess that the modders then cobble together and somehow turn into a feasible game. Like, legitimately, I expect that. And so if it's any better than that, they will have surpassed my expectations. I'm keeping my expectations as low as possible so I can enjoy the game as much as I can. Basically, that's like, consider it like some major big brain stuff or whatever. Grand Ambition, Zealous Joy, Scribbles of Insanity, Note stuffed in a wall crack, Notes of Insanity, recently posted an announcement. What do you mean? Starfield's the best video game that has ever gamed. Oh yeah, totally. It's so realistic, guys. Space is supposed to be empty. Space and empty and planets that are out in the solar system, they're supposed to have nothing on them. What do you mean? Like, it's clearly like Bethesda has been known for their realism across the whole, you know, the whole of their existence. Notes from Kraken and Thyre, fashion standards, soft notes, temporary convention, handwritten memo, Ginny's diary, celestial observation log, the memos passed between cages, okay. Memo, take your meds. Wait. Memo, take your meds doesn't exist. I don't have this one. Let's go. New memo. Over here. You can rob people as long as you put a bucket over their head. Didn't work IRL though. I know, right? It's just because you weren't good enough. You didn't block enough of their vision with the bucket. Or you didn't use the right size bucket. I assure you, from my own personal experience, putting a bucket over someone's head makes it very easy to steal from them. Alright? You just have to make sure the bucket is just barely bigger than their head so that you can squeeze it in, and then it's really hard to get off. It's perfect realism. Memo, take your meds. This crate contains preventative suppressants. Give yourself one shot every week. People still run the risk of contracting erypathy when kindling the furnace. Be careful. Maybe my stealth level is too low. 100%. Yeah, your stealth level is suffered. You just gotta get good. Work records, Landbreaker. Wait a second. I need to make sure I'm doing this right. Work records, Landbreaker note, sincere gratitude, delivery form, celebration notice. The celebration notice is not there yet. So. What the hell? Where is this? Okay, I see it. I see it. I know I didn't know where that is. Now I do. It's right over here. I should just... I don't know. Yeah, I should. It's gonna take me forever to get back. Compared to just doing this. Much faster. There you go. It needed to be the Stanley Parable bucket, true. This is the way. The only way, even. I see it. How do I get down there? I forgot. Didn't hear. You have some Skyrim in your mods. Is there a way to just directly get down there, or do I really have to go all the way down here? I guess I do. Celebration notice. Iridium cultivation efficiency is far below our ideal targets. Iridium activity has also failed to reach satisfactory levels. These issues have perplexed generations of scientists. I know we gotta rush things along, but things aren't that desperate yet. Life goes on, people gotta eat. That means barbecue party at the canteen tonight. Be there. Nice. Celebration notice, handwritten notes from Yvonne, discussions, alright, memo cooling, where are we at? Investigating, memo I've seen the light, Lovely handwriting. Satisfactory mentioned at a factory building games. Indeed. Indeed. Lovely handwriting. Wait, casual notes, then notes. Casual notes from Yvonne. Notes casually written by Yvonne. What is this? Shared musings of a dream. I don't have that. That's an intel one too. I'm probably gonna max out one of my things. So on the second floor in one of these buildings. Okay. And that's from the load spring. But yeah, the phrase "you have some Skyrim in your mods" calls to me specifically because I will tell you, I have a 2,000 mod list. The game legitimately is 1/10 of the file size of the actual file that contains the game. Now, keep in mind, most of that is because of texture improvements. And, like, basically making a model is more detailed. Most of that is from that. I've actually maintained the basics of Skyrim to an extent, like story-wise, pretty strongly. I just like a lot of things to add on, and a lot of things to add variety, or like new armor and stuff like that. Shared musings of a dream. I had a dream. A vision of a blood-red river splitting open a mountain. Asteron is immersed in this river. It has returned. I gazed upon it. Despair was the only thing I felt. I thus turned around and ran downstream, down to the ruins of the oak. The great tree burned, and the fire consumed me, Asteron, and everything else. Is my dream coming true? What should we do? It still holds up to this day. To be honest, the base game textures do look good. I just like the actual visuals of them. I just like improving it, especially because I'm on a bit of a bigger monitor. If I'm being honest. Submit. Valley Investigator. Nice new medal. Nightmares from the past. Edmund, we have received, organized, and analyzed the documents you gathered from the Origin load spring. We can currently confirm that the crewmates were referring to the giant Angelos that attacked Valley 4 20 years ago. Asteron is the name we gave this Angelos that attacked Valley 4. Its specifications and data were lost during the war, but now we can confirm that this entity was at least 100 meters in height. It was called the Asteron as it resembled crude rock paintings of the sun made during ancient times in Terra. Asteron featured over 1,000 spokes that twist and rotate like a great circular vortex. When Asteron advanced, it covered the land with an ominous shade of dark red, generated by the aether flowing in its immense form. A deathly zone for all living beings within. Due to the loss of the video and the other surveillance data, we could hardly imagine how the UWST felt when they faced Asteron 20 years ago. Nevertheless, the crew emerged victorious from this battle. The special macro formation of Originium clusters, known as the Great Originium Oak, was used as a weapon when the Valley folk fought against Asteron. But how did they do it? Did they simply use the oak as a bomb? The explosive yield of that amount of Originium would have completely devastated the whole of Valley 4. I know this should not be something I'm supposed to ask, but our database only contains the most basic data about the Great Originium Oak. You probably know more about this Originium Oak, but your memories. Lastly, and most importantly, be cautious, Edmund. Rumors and stories whispered by the crewmates about the Angelos may not be completely unfounded. Many dangerous and hostile entities may be buried under the Origin load spring. You might run into something that should have died in the past. Asteron is probably Triangulus at its peak form. This is true. And welcome in, Mouse. I'm just hunting down lost files, basically, so I can max my stuff out. Collect all of the things. I'm 6 files away from everything, supposedly. What do you call it? There you go, findings. Manuscripts. Oh, it might, let me see. Shared musings of a dream. There we go, found it right here. Memo, extremely emotional. Yep. Mountain. Mountaineer. Miner. Nope, no miner. Okay, so I got a new one. Ah, I know why I don't have that one. This one's quite far. It is quite far indeed. Nope. Can I go to the top floor or whatever? Yeah. I need to reach around here-ish.
Hey.
Let's go.
Hey.
I think I see. Yeah, I do. Memo, miner. The wind here reminds me of my farming days back in Hongshan. I probably farmed for my entire life. If not for settling down the kid's mama. I like farming. Look at all these originium formations in the valley. I planted them all. Overall activity isn't as good as the wild clusters that can be harvested once every 3 months. However, the science park variety developed by the young eggheads grows fast and can be harvested once every 2 weeks. They're just not that useful. I really want to see the Originium that my great-great-grandfather used. Are they really that scary? Slots. Oh yeah, true. You can do be slotting. I'd have to turn. So I have a thing, which is this. Enjoy. I also have a thing I can build in, which is the only issue with that on the purple app is, as much as I like it, it nukes my resources on my computer. that game, because I can basically run a game, but I can run it on any game except for when I'm playing Enfield, because Enfield, I guess, just it's that, you know. Look, I'm not gonna make Enfield look worse. It is what it is. I'm not gonna make Enfield look worse. It looks like a really good game, or like it looks really good visually. Obviously, it's a really good game, but it also just looks good visually. So it's like, oh, cool. Okay, so warning from a guard, wrinkle, or no. Ammo wrinkled and wet. Nope, I have another one. I've yet another one. Wait a damn second. How did I miss this? Oh, is it way up high? No, it's not. Huh. Yes. Gambling is fun. You should make a long-form Enfield lore video. That might be horrific. My issue is I don't understand enough context. Like, a long-form lore video. I mean, I guess I could cover a specific quest. Like a quest line or something. But not being able to play through the quest line again would be rough. Just in case I missed certain things. I could read through this stuff or something like that. Who knows? Diary. Originium power plant worker. What about the Landbreakers? What do they believe in? How did they grow up to become these raiders? My mother does not speak. Silently, she consumes Originium to raise us. Her lifeblood courses throughout the valley. She nourishes us so that we may excavate the flesh and blood of mineral ore, cast and forge bones of steel, and fill our souls with courage and a desire to build a better future. Our mother taught us to swing our fists at the unforgiving frontiers and carve our names upon the lands of darkness. But what about the Landbreakers? Who is their mother? Is she the shattered wildlands filled with nothing but suffering? Or are the LBs our long-lost siblings who have strayed from our mother? Interesting. I never even saw that. Either that's new, or I didn't see it. It's probably not new. I probably just didn't see it. Then memo. Wrinkle. Wrinkled and wet. Old reminder, get your injections. Then we have call for recipes, another new one. Let's see, once again, it's all these Valley 4 ones. All these Valley 4 ones. So many of them. Oops. Okay, this way. Right here. Alright, call for recipes. Given the sudden nature of this Aether Rupture event, we are now trapped to this location with limited supplies. Please share any wilderness survival recipes you have. Examples: buckshell tack, aggregate flavored bug meal noodles, or herb salad. The disaster took us by surprise, but it will never keep us down. Alright. Call for recipes. There we go. Memo from a crewmate. Message clean and simple. Strange prayers. Maniacal writings. Researcher's notes. Letter a hopeless soul. Corrections for the rest. Purchasing manifest. Cost of betrayal. Messy scribble. UWST assembly line. New budget recap. Opened letter. Tastes of 4. Bounties. Okay. Both memoirs. Old pamphlet, recycling guide, Reeves Weekly Bander News section. Valley 4, what's it called? Workers guide. Log with messy something. With, yeah, okay. Neatly written investigation notes, analysis of suspect, training material, emergency broadcast log, notes amateur scientist, eager message, memo, a troubled one. All 4 of the Junior Ranger dialogues. Trouble Sketcher, the one who took the wrong raft. Sword Quenching Book. Angler's Ravings. Note believed. Okay, so note left by Landworker. Ruins. Memo Sketcher. Partially burned note. Log the Stockade Fin Catcher. Grower's Logs. Teacher's Warning. Tally Keeper's Log. I probably have all the manuscripts, by the way, now. I'm realizing. But we'll see. Inspector's Hasty Notes. Memo Tenshe. Yep. These were. Actually, no. This is actually not. I could be missing stuff still. Morale boost. Vigilant One's Inquiry. The notes. Survey. Novice Runner's Message. Chat records. Venerable Tenshi's Reminder. Lover's Message. Graduates discussion, agriculture research discussion, 4 of these memos, excited student correspondence, memo dejected one, 3 weapon expert memos, Sketcher's confusion, tourist speculations, today's menu, Yanning's concern, lost item notice, letter home from researcher, or for the researcher, reprimanding Message, Sketcher's Epiphany. Note filled with nostalgia, melancholy. File, data analyst. Machinist's inspection. The Watch Guard's advisory. Memo, Bird and Beast Handler. Memo, Depot Guard. Head Monitor's complaint. Memo, Stock Purchase Intel. Martial Practitioner's ravings. Excerpts and Gyrnite, which are both quest related. Fertilizer formula. Then we have 1.11s, which are Waterbell. So now I'm pretty sure I have them all, but we'll see. So Waterbell's thoughts, raft maintenance, hurried, written and delivered, a loyalist, Discouraged Stockade Resident, Sketcher's Eureka, Sketcher's Joy, warning from a beast tamer, memo fanning the hatred, a sad beast tamer, secret code, a traitor, vicious, a schemer, the guard, the training fighter, the one in rage, the determined, a kind warning, 2 instigators, 2 notes hanging from bamboo, a crumpled sheet of paper, and an abstruse message. And last are peculiars. Then we have audio recordings are the next set of things that we look at. But peculiars wise, these are all quest related, I think, but I'm still gonna read through them all because I want to make sure I have every single one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have this one. Actually, I guess there are talisman. Yeah. Like letter. Okay. Do peculiars count as files? It does? Okay, so there's one called A View of the Camp that I don't have. I'm not quite sure how I get it, though. Because it's not linked here in the thing. Oh, maybe it's from, texts. From the Handy Charm. It's like a group chat from the camp. They're just glazing my tech, by the way. That's literally what this is. Is there any different? They got injured. Work price balance matters. Yes. I feel like I've already done the thing. Oh yeah, you have to read every message. Oh god. The message is given. No big deal. Okay. So in other words, I have to read every single one of these. Oh. Okay, so music. I'll go through every single one of these. He needs a pun book. Oh god. I realized. Please reconsider. Please reconsider. The thought process of like, oh no, please. But my time was deliberate. Back then, Catcher's stress levels had reached a new high. Facial neural dysregulation. He was conditioning his lips. I have no idea. This is a case study. Your tactical analysis is peerless. This is such a goofy situation. Okay. I feel like the character conversation is not what I'm needing at the moment. I don't really know what the purpose of... Let's see. Fabian. This is another Elysium Science Park thing. Yeah, so this is like little bits of lore. And so they handle safety. Okay. Middle Officer UA. What are you missing? The it's like a view of the camp is what it was called. And it just says I'm supposed to get it after reaching level 4, but I've had level 4 for a fucking while, so I assume there's something else I have to do. I thought it might be related to these people, but... Yeah, like, there's new topics. Maybe it's from Fiona? Maybe Fiona's the one I have to talk to. Yo, I'm back. Welcome back, Ren. Okay, your messages. Okay, so safety regulations. It'll keep us busy. Okay. R&R is rest and relaxation, right? Talk to Baker. Talk to Baker? There's a guy named Baker? I forgot he existed. Where's Baker? Are you sure it's talk to Baker and not interact with my Baker? According to this, there's supposed to be a camp communication group. Did I click into it and then not continue the conversation? No, this is it. This is where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be right here. Supposedly. Like, I'm literally looking at someone who supposedly got the thing. And I just, for some reason, don't have it. So, not sure what that's about. Should I just exhaust every single dialogue that exists in case it's like, I don't know, like clogged or something? Yeah, so she's just giving us extra context. So, I got kicked out of the tower, and I am no longer allowed to be there. Why? I have no idea. My father? Guess who the mother is? Oh my. I don't know. Oh god. I refuse. I refuse to guess. I know exactly what you're talking about. I know what you're about to say. Oh yeah, the people over on the purple app did not get the funny, the first. They missed out on it. But yes, welcome inside. Yeah, well, this is gonna be... sound effects. I'm about to just... Mythrax is livid. Rip. You should learn to read. Maybe you didn't finish the conversation with Soth or something? Maybe. I'll go talk with him. Who are you? As you command, Chief. Maybe it's just this. Oh, maybe. Maybe it's like exhausting enough dialogue. I should have probably read that out, but it is what it is. So what's next for everyone? UWST talk to us. Once I like words back to peace, they'll keep everyone settled. Several would be going back to their hometowns, but some of us want to stay and help get Valley 4 back on its speed. What are we doing here? I'm trying to get files. I'm feeling biblical levels of greed. I want to collect them all. I don't know, maybe that'll fix it. It hasn't fixed it yet, but maybe I need like a daily reset or something. I guess I'll just have to check tomorrow. For now, I guess we focus on getting up to 232 instead. So we have 2 more files left. And they're both audio files. If I understand correctly. Should I sit here and... Well... My god. Loud. Sai is out here going nuts. Yes. I guess y'all are gonna have to sit here and watch me as I click through all the hand terms, just in case. Oh, and Mouse is laughing as well. Yes, Bama chimes and goes to size. And then, how's Jimbo Stockade? Oh, okay, yeah. This is basically just updating them on stuff. My ears, yes. Thank you for the bits, Sai. You have managed to get everyone. God, that scared me. I was working listening to my favorite streamer. Look. This individual has a certain sound that is very loud. That they like to play whenever they are watching, I guess. I don't know. It's dangerous there now. Yes. All right, now we're asking about Angloy. Just in case, like, some more of these are based on something related to whatever this is. I'm just sitting here spamming the buttons. All of them. Eternally. Anyone just listening to this has zero context for what's happening. Oh yes. Great. I just click things and now boom. Dialogue everywhere. How many more of these? Oh my gosh. I should once I'm done with this, I should probably like click through and properly read the ones that come up in the future. This is just too much. Responsible people. Oops. Oh, let's go. More energy. Nice. Shopping, trying to. Oh my gosh, there's so much. I guess it makes sense that Perlica has so many things to talk about. She's like our main girl. Sorry if I seem a little intense. Stixer's reading these lores at light speed because he's very excited about the upcoming video. Oh god, no. I'm reading through it really quickly, but I'm just like... I'm absorbing the information in order to also not have this be so clogged up. Because that's my thought process, is I feel like I probably am missing out on lore pieces because I've clogged this up so much. By not going through and clicking on it. I didn't think you'd get anything for it, because you don't. If they want people to do this, they really need to, like, attach it to, like, Aura Barrel or something. Genuinely. Because that'll make people do it as they're playing. A lot more. Even if you don't give much Aura Barrel, by the way, they could give, like, 20 per conversation topic. And then after all these topics, I'd get maybe one pull, but I'd still feel way better, doing this stuff. Yeah, so this is the part, by the way, where she's, Okay, I can do more later. Alrighty, gamers. The time has come. It is, in fact, 1 p.m. EST. And so the next time I will see you guys will be on Thursday. Today being Monday. I am thinking of potentially increasing the frequency of streams. It'd probably be to like... I'd either also do... I don't know, I'm trying to think. It's like, Tuesdays wouldn't be good. I might also do Sundays. That way it's like all the weekend. You know, I do Thursday, then I do Saturday and Sunday and Monday. Would that sound like a good idea? Weekends are easier for me to do consistently, at least, you know, as far as that goes. And I think consistency is relatively important. So, if you have any thoughts on that, feel free to drop in like the Discord and stuff and let me know what you think. I will be answering any questions that pop up in there when I'm able. But I thank you all for being here with me and for watching me as I do random collection things. I hope you all enjoy yourselves and have a grand old time. Yes. Oh, stream end? Yes, stream is ending. But I did mention I might do more streams in the future. Like more consistent streams than 3 a week. I might up it to 4 a week. We will have to see. I will probably, if I do that, I'll probably be playing more variety games because obviously I have collected pretty much everything in Endfield. I'll probably catch your stream less in the future since my semester break is almost over and it's midnight where I'm from. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and I'm already streaming relatively early compared to most people in my time zone. Hell yeah, let's go. Yes. Have a great rest of the week. Feeling better today. Finally, that's great. What was that? What was that? I don't know if you're asking me to repeat myself, but I plan on streaming more frequently in the future. Renal. And I will, if I do so, I'll probably be doing more of a variety of different games. I might throw in some like Dead by Daylight or something like that. Just do some other stuff beyond Arknights Endfield because I've collected almost everything. Are you running around zero sanity behavior? Look. It is what it is. Alright, it is what it is. But yes, alright gamers. Thank you all. And peace out, gamers. You know, thank you all. Yeah, peace. Dab on the haters. And thank you all for being here.